Welcome to Draft Day 2.0 or
Part
the
2.
second Draft Day. Yeah.
Part dose.
What's going on, y'all? Fantasy
Part 2.
Face Mask Fantasy here.
Yes, sir. Day 2 coverage, round 2 and round 3 tonight. Already kind of being tossed around in the chat. And hello to everybody.
What's going on, Rojo? What's going on?
On that
Iron?
note,
You were here
yeah,
early, dude.
I think
Thanks
there's
for
going to
showing
be a lot.
What's
There's
going on,
going to
Hunter?
be.
What's going on, Alex? Sorry. Continue.
No, do it.
Roll call, you know.
Be polite. Yeah, be polite. Wipe your feet. This night is probably going to have the most relevancy and implications for us as it pertains to fantasy. We expect the running backs to go. We expect Breece Hall and Kenneth.
Not that last night wasn't relevant. I mean, we saw a ton of stuff happen, but I feel like a lot of the dominoes we were expecting to fall never happened, and a lot of stuff nobody saw happening ended up coming to fruition. So, I think that's the thing. It feels
good old
like
NFL draft,
we
right?
wanted to happen, or were not even wanted, just expected to happen, ended up not occurring at all. Malik Willis. Complete question mark. Breece Hall in the first round. Didn't happen. A ton of wide receiver movement we didn't see. George Pickens still, now he's got second round draft capital. When, without the off-field concerns, he probably would have been in the first round draft capital conversation.
He might be falling even farther than we expect tonight.
Yeah.
He might. For his sake, I hope not, but more stuff came out about off-field stuff. Like, it's just wrong place, wrong time type of situation for George Pickens right now. I hope this is an opportunity for that adds fuel to his fire and gives him some extra juice. But he's looking. I don't think he's going to be taken early tonight. That would be a surprise to me.
Well, let's look at the teams that are up on the clock first here.
We can do that.
It's Tampa Bay at 33, the Vikings at 34.
Hunter's like the bucket is like coming down like tears a little bit. I'm rooting for you, dude. It's just like sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The thing about this draft is you will get you will be in position to draft 2 good wide receiver prospects. They might not be the prospects that everybody was mocking to the Packers, but this draft is deep at wide receiver. So you do have that in your favor. But Tennessee Titans at 3, and then the Giants at 4, which I think is interesting because the Giants could draft quarterback there. They declined to exercise Daniel Jones's fifth year contract extension.
Yeah, his option.
I forget what that's called. Yeah, his option. So, I mean, they could go Malik Willis there.
They absolutely could. Seattle has 2 picks.
Yep, 8 and 9. Mm-hmm.
Yep, high tonight. They are in absolute contention for Malik Willis.
Falcons at 11.
I think
Lions at 14.
I think he goes high tonight. I don't think he's on the board much longer. Now, of course, we both speculated that he would go in the top 20 last night in the NFL.
Top 15.
The top 15, excuse me, and the top and the NFL said that's funny. Watch this. So that being said, I do think Malik Willis is one of the safest bets to come off the board relatively early tonight. Because to your point of all the teams that you just named, I think somebody's now we're going to see the trade up. What I have to imagine, wherever the first trade up is, it is one team leapfrogging the rest to take Willis. I got to imagine that's the case if and when that scenario happens.
So you think somebody's going to be jumping over the New York Giants to pick Malik Willis in the top 3 here?
Well, they could. I'm saying the next trade up we see. In general, I don't know when it'll be, but I think the next player you trade up for is Willis.
There are a couple of wild cards here just because with the quarterbacks in mind, because yes, the Malik Willis domino has to fall. The Desmond Ridder domino has to fall. He's been mocked and it's been spoken about that he's linked to the Seattle Seahawks. Matt Corral has to go. He attended the draft yesterday, so it was kind of almost a foregone conclusion that he was going to get drafted. It didn't end up happening in the first round. I mean, he's going to get drafted, obviously. But then, like, where does Baker Mayfield end up? Because there still needs to be theoretically a buyer for Baker Mayfield, because that whole situation needs to be resolved somehow.
I'll say Carolina.
So it's interesting, man. It's going to be interesting.
I'll say Carolina.
To see how this whole thing ends up.
The one quarterback needy team that does not have a pick today is the Panthers. They don't have a day 2. They don't have a day 2 pick in general, which means round 3. So they are not in a position to draft Malik Willis unless they trade 2023 draft capital, and NFL teams would have to want that to be interested, which they could be, but that's what Carolina would have to give up. Don't know that that's something that they could make happen. Generally speaking, still this high in the draft, NFL teams want capital that includes something that can help them this year. So I would say Carolina would remain my favorite. I know that earlier in the offseason there was like what was it called? Like mutual disinterest in Baker Mayfield and the Panthers. I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, it's like when you match with somebody on like a dating app, and at first it's like, that's like my 3rd or 4th choice. And then the top 3 choices like ghost you. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I think that's the situation we're looking at here with Carolina and Baker, where it's like, oh, you're a little more attractive than you were a month ago. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if that's the situation. I'm just not trying to, ruffle any feathers with that. It's just like, that was like the first thought that came to my head of like, what's this compared to?
Cool. It's cool. Yo, what's going on, Will? I was arguing with Will today.
Are the Packers taking Willis?
About Calvin Ridley.
Well, he's teammates with Drake London now.
Not for long. They're going to trade him. That's what we were arguing about. But what's going on, Will? Yeah,
it would be fun.
I got a question for you.
If the Packers
now that
take
you've slept on the first round, gotten through it, slept on it, woke up, had a whole day to think on it.
Yeah.
Who's your biggest winner from yesterday?
The biggest winner?
Yeah.
You mean like a player or a team?
In fantasy, not the team. Everybody knows it's the Jets right now. But who's your biggest winner in terms of just whether it's a player that was traded or a player that was drafted?
I'll say, Kyler Murray's a big winner. The rich get richer. That's an offense that runs 4 receiver sets anyway. Now they have DeAndre Hopkins, Marquise Brown, and Rondale Moore, plus whatever they want to throw in there, whether it's AJ Green, whether the Cardinals draft another receiver. It looks like they're doing what they feel necessary to keep Kyler Murray happy. Making a move like acquiring Marquise Brown, I would think does that. Murray's, I think is a good winner. Zach Wilson is a winner. Jameis Winston is a winner. There are several. I
think Treylon Burks is a winner.
Treylon Burks and Drake London are both winners. We don't love the year 1 situation for London. But we did allude to this last night. Both of them have the clear layup as far as starting the career off with the best opportunity. The opportunity for the most amount of work right away. It's London and Burks, who, funny enough, you and I both have been ranking outside of our top three, because we are committing to chasing the talent and not the talent first, not the situation first. But if you like, if you're somebody who prefers or weighs heavier situation, there's no question it's Drake London and Treylon Burks.
Well, I think Treylon Burks, just because he was somebody who was rated to be the number one wide receiver in this year's draft, and then he fell, and people were thinking, oh no, is this guy the next N'Keal Harry? I mean, we made a video on that. People were comparing him to DK Metcalf, who fell to the late second. So we were worried about the draft capital that Treylon Burks was going to get.
Yeah.
And here they trade, the Tennessee Titans trade away one of the top 10 dynasty wide receivers, top 10 best wide receivers in the league, top 8 maybe, top
Their
6
star.
young guys.
Their young star.
For sure. Like, AJ Brown for Treylon Burks, basically straight up,
because they ultimately traded the 100. It was either the 100th pick or the 101st pick. They traded that in a separate deal. The Titans did. So yeah, it ultimately kind of was a straight up, like a one for one.
I mean, we were talking about the situation that Treylon Burks was going to walk into and how they were going to use him. If they use him like they used AJ Brown, with nobody but a Robert Woods, who's coming back from an injury, as target competition, and then you got Derrick Henry, who's 150 rushes away from hitting that 1800
yeah,
or 1400 touch wall.
1800. The 1800 carry threshold.
Right. So I mean,
scares me.
Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
Treylon Burks. I mean, he's the biggest riser for me, and right now, I think honestly, it's almost like a tie for as the top three for the top wide receiver between three prospects for me. Jameson Williams, Treylon Burks, and Garrett Wilson, depending on just pretty much what you value most. But, I mean...
You have Wilson as a riser because he was a top 10 pick?
Garrett Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we have to give that to London as well. We've both been off London, but London going 8.
I'm not off London. He's now, confidently 4 or 5 instead of
5th.
Somebody I wouldn't be drafting at all.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Still like London. He's just not my favorite guy. He's not a guy I'm gonna be reaching for.
No, I still prefer Jameson Williams. I still prefer Garrett Wilson, and I think I still prefer Chris Olave. When you think about it, what the Saints gave up for Chris Olave, because it goes back to the trade they made with the Eagles a month ago or so, when they included a 2023 first in that deal. They basically traded 2 first-round picks plus to draft Chris Olave. I would say based on that, he's a big winner. The Saints, as it turns out, indirectly or otherwise, maybe they, was Olave the guy that they were targeting all along. Regardless, they basically traded 2 firsts for the guy.
I think everybody was targeting Jameson Williams, and when Jameson Williams went off the board,
it was time to grab the last guy of a similar, not the exact same, but like of a similar skill set. They don't have similar skill sets, similar build maybe.
But look, when Michael Thomas ages out at age 32, pretty much is what we're expecting. That's when his contract extension ends for the Saints.
Yeah.
Chris Olave is going to be 25 years old.
Oof.
People compare Chris Olave to what? Wasn't it Calvin Ridley with athleticism? Was that the comp, or was that for Garrett Wilson?
Wilson was more of like a Deontay comp, but I don't think Olave is too far off from that.
Calvin Ridley with athleticism. I think it was Chris Olave.
Okay.
Because not physical at all, but just a route running savant. That's Chris Olave.
He is a route.
So yes, I think that was it. But if you're getting a by the time 2025 rolls around, a emergent, slightly more athletic Calvin Ridley type coming in behind that Julio Jones type, who will, I mean, it's almost the exact same situation. And at that point, they will have either stuck to Jameis Winston long term, and he showed enough growth from his Tampa Bay days to really come into his own. And at that point, I mean, if he did that, if he showed that, we would all love Jameis Winston as a fantasy quarterback.
Yes, absolutely.
Either that, or they figure out their. Do we have movement?
No, just the same player profile is their current comparable for Olave is Stephon Diggs. So
there, exactly. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, the point
by
stands.
2025, Chris Olave will have realized his potential, and he'll only be 25.
Yep. By that time, Kamara will probably be at the very end or near the end.
Adam Troutman will finally have.
Troutman will be a year away from breaking out.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Olave's in a situation where the incumbents are going to phase out as he's ready to take over, which would coincide. Obviously, we're talking 2 years from now or so. New Orleans will have a different players on their roster, maybe even another receiver. We've seen a ton of wide receiver movement, and not just draft picks in the form of trades as well. AJ Brown, Marquise Brown, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. That's just this year. So Chris Olave is probably going to have a different running mate at that point. It won't be a 32-year-old Michael Thomas. The point stands, though. They spent high capital on this person, and they intend to, I would say, he's going to be a feature and a focal point of that offense for years to come, with the potential to be attached to a good enough quarterback in Winston.
Alex, thanks for being a member for 2 months. I see you got that members only chat in there, so
that's cool. Let's go.
Reached that tier, but I wanted to talk to you about.
Cool. First of all, what's up, Jason?
Sorry. I was gonna what was I saying? I just got completely sidetracked.
Just had a total brain fart.
I got a text in, and I just had to. It was completely.
Yeah,
completely
you'd absorb it.
Damn. Well, there we go. All right.
About Olave, about the Saints, about Jameis Winston.
No, it was about Jahan Dotson. It was about Jahan Dotson, and it was about Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
Because Terry McLaurin is
Will calls Carson Wentz a winner last night.
Yeah, I guess. But Terry McLaurin is in contract talks, and lately we've seen contract talks have just led to the player being traded. We saw it with Tyreek, to your point. We saw it with
AJ Brown last night. That was the report.
Over the last month, apparently this trade had been done for the last month with Hollywood Brown. The AJ Brown trade, obviously, like you just said. So if Terry McLaurin gets traded, if they can't work this out, and again, we're talking about one of the worst organizations functionally, in basically every aspect in the Washington Commanders, you would think a wide receiver who is 27, going to be 27 this year, in his age apex season, would probably want to go somewhere and like really blossom as a wide receiver, become the
really
wide
get a first opportunity. Yeah. Rojo, you're right, by the way. Jameson was on the board for the Saints pick. I guess they fell in love with Olave. Yeah. You're right.
Sorry about that. That's true. Then Garrett Wilson. I'll say Garrett Wilson then.
Yeah. Wilson was 10.
But Jahan Dotson becomes very very interesting if the Washington Commanders cannot work out anything moving forward with Terry McLaurin. And even if Terry McLaurin does get a 2-year extension from here on out, again, we're talking about 2025. Jahan Dotson, 25 years old, steps in, and he's the next guy for the Washington Commanders once they drop Wentz and pick up somebody theoretically in 2023.
That would appear to be what they're going to do. Yep.
So I like Jahan Dotson a lot, and I think he's going to fly under the radar just because he's not a name. We saw Treylon Burks get drafted after him. Treylon Burks is probably going to get drafted ahead of him. If George Pickens or Christian Watson or Sky Moore goes to a high-profile team, there's a chance that one of those early first or early second round running wide receivers are going to get drafted in rookie drafts ahead of Jahan Dotson.
Late first,
just because people don't love the landing spot, don't love the quarterback combination, and are not seeing past just the 1 year window that we're currently viewing it through. I like Jahan Dotson a lot, and I would not be afraid of Jahan Dotson just because he went to the Commanders, is basically my point.
Well, the draft capital is certainly, if that's an argument that you like to lean on, that's as it should be in a lot of scenarios. I mean, it speaks for itself. He went in the top half of the first round. So I'm with you. Real quick, Jason. I like what the Giants did. There's no way around it. They did it right. They played it well, and they've said as much in their post draft press conference. Joe Sheen, the general manager, or is that what he is, the GM? Mm-hmm. Said he was like, at 5 we saw 3 guys we liked, or maybe he said there were 4 guys we liked, an edge rusher and 3 tackles. So they said, okay, we'll take the edge rusher now. We know for a fact there's going to be a tackle available for us at 7, and that's exactly how it played out for them. Let's call a spade a spade. The Giants have been making bonehead picks under Dave Gettleman for 3 years straight. They're out from under that now, and you can't be anything other than happy with their early returns. They will these players actually work out? That remains to be seen. But the process of rebuilding a franchise that is at square one, like the Giants. You go with those foundational pieces, the line. You build on the line, both on offense and defense. They did that. Tip your cap.
Yep.
Yeah, should be happy if you're a Giants fan.
So what do you think the Bears do here? Because this is, I believe, their first pick in the draft because of that Justin Fields deal, and they have a huge gaping hole at wide receiver. We could see a Sky Moore go to the Bears. We could see a George Pickens go to the Bears here.
Yeah, I mean, just to cover all bases, they also just traded Khalil Mack. They need defense. Like a guy like Nakobe Dean is there. Ojabo is there.
I think Nakobe Dean gets picked before 7.
You think he's picked before 7?
Yeah. I mean, Malik Willis is going to get there is a report I'm looking at it from NBC Sports Edge saying that Malik Willis has a strong possibility of being picked within the first 5 picks of the draft here.
I would, at this point, I think I would buy that. Yeah, at this point, I think if there was a line on where he goes, I would take the under on that pick. Like if the line is like, say, 38.5, I would hit the under 37.5 because there are people who
there's still 5 picks before the Bears taking out the 1 pick that is going to be Malik Willis in there. Nakobe Dean is going to go. I don't know
I think so.
I would think they're going to be looking at one of these wide receivers square in the face.
The Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the linebackers are gone, and that includes Ojabo, then sure, Christian Watson is here. Sky Moore is here. I'll be honest. I don't think George Pickens is in play here. There, again, more information kind of surfacing today about potential other stuff with off-field stuff. Not him specifically, but it just like a wrong place, wrong time type of scenario. So Christian Watson, Sky Moore, those are the 2 names that stand out to me here in
Wan'Dale Robinson.
I don't think Wan'Dale goes this high. Watson or Sky Moore. I think Wan'Dale's got a chance to be taken in the 3rd round. I think he's got a chance to be taken tonight. But I think it would be the 3rd round.
What's going on, Jaws?
What's he doing?
But Hunter, chill. Chill. I know it's real for y'all up there, but damn, man.
Nah, dude. Wear your emotions on your sleeve. Sorry, I mean to get totally away from this chat. It's definitely a little bit more it's a little bit more
Hey,
lively to kick things off
we
than
got
was
a ton
last
of
night.
stuff to talk about, and we're gonna be here for like 4 or 5 hours. So
We are going to be here for hours, so feel free to, if you need to come back, go take a drink break, a smoke break, a bathroom break. You do what you got to do. We will be here. We might have to do those things as well. So just bear with us there. But talk your shit. It's Friday night. Do what you got to do. It's Friday draft night, and this is where we're gonna learn a lot of stuff as it pertains to what we love to do, which is play fantasy. We're in for a fun night, so hope most, if not everybody's here for the long haul. If you have
I
Friday,
think there is going to be a run on quarterbacks after Malik Willis. It might not be right after Malik Willis, but in this second round, I do believe there's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken. I mean, I think Malik Willis is going to get taken. I think Desmond Ridder is going to get taken. I think Matt Corral is going to get taken here in the second round. I don't see really anybody but Howell possibly falling to the third round, and there's a chance that Howell could get picked up in the second round too.
Yeah.
Because at that point, teams might be looking like, all right, this is value. So, I mean, I know we saw an upset with Kenny Pickett going in the first round and being the only quarterback that went in the first round, but I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to see the majority of these quarterbacks go off the board.
No, I agree. Jason's talking about Kenneth Walker at the 103. I think it's fair to say, unless that out of nowhere, happens and Walker slides significantly, I think he's the 102. I think the receivers that we prefer ended up in the quote unquote less ideal situations, and the players we liked less ended up in great situations. They're all kind of balancing each other out right now. As long as Walker doesn't go to, say, Hunter's Packers and has to split touches with Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon.
There's no way that happens. There's no way that happens.
I'm being a little facetious when I say that. My point is Walker is going to end up in a situation where I think we look at it and go, yeah, he's got to be the second pick in one quarterback, maybe in Superflex, to be completely honest. Maybe.
And there are a bunch of destinations for him that would at least be interesting. He could go to the Saints, and if they're really worried about Kamara, they have a second guy, and they have somebody that they can treat like a Mark Ingram moving forward with Kamara.
They need that, and they need that anyway.
Right. I mean, the Chiefs. He could supplant CEH. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't love to see it as CEH owners, but regardless, he is a replaceable commodity at this point. If he's not going to work for your Super Bowl team as it stands, Super Bowl caliber team right now, then try to find somebody who is. Kenneth Walker is going to be a much better runner of the ball on the ground than CEH, and CEH doesn't offer much receiving ability, at least hasn't at this level. So the lack of receiving ability that you would be getting from Kenneth Walker wouldn't hurt that much. You just have a better rusher.
Yep.
He could go to the Eagles because
I'll be honest.
He could go to the Cardinals. He could go to the Cardinals. He could go to the Bills. He's gonna be good.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine where he is. What picks do the Packers have left? I would love for Terry McLaurin to end up in Green Bay. 53
and 59.
That could entice Washington. Let's be real, but I don't think they're going to do it. These are things we hope to see happen, but we're just hoping them into existence just now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rojo, we agreed last night. That was too good of a haul for AJ Brown to say no to.
Yep.
Shit catching up.
Beers on the clock, Will? Is that what you're saying?
It's beer o'clock.
Beer is on the clock.
It's beer o'clock. Yeah, man. Drink up. It's Friday draft night. We're not doing anything else. What's the over-under on Seattle? Jaws is asking, trading down one of their back-to-back picks at 40 and 41. I would almost, let's see. We don't know what Seattle wants to do, but I would almost say
where the run on quarterback starts. Somebody's going to trade up.
I think they trade up. I think they're more likely to use those picks to trade up.
Okay, all right.
They have the ammunition. They have that 40 and 41. They're right there. If you're a team in that 35, 36, whatever range, 37, and you don't want Malik Willis, it's like, give me both of those and we're talking.
Yeah, I don't know if a team's going to be... That's a high asking price to move up. 2 seconds to move up 6 spots.
Yes, Seattle has an opportunity to get something back in return.
Yeah.
Get creative with your offer.
Yeah, it's just that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know.
Well,
if that
okay,
happens,
fine. You have then they have one, and they can probably then they can also maybe give up a fourth or something.
That would be more realistic, but yeah.
Sure, fine. I mean, yeah, maybe I was a little over, but the point stands. They have, I guess what I ultimately is alluding to, they have the ammunition.
Yes.
With having 40 and 41. And if they really want Malik Willis, I would say, they're in the best position to do it because they could still use one of those second round picks on whatever falls to them at 41.
Now, at the top of the draft here, there are a bunch of teams that could go wide receiver too. We alluded to that earlier, but the Bucks need wide receiver at 33. Theoretically, the Colts at 42 need wide receiver.
I think
they need a guy opposite Michael Pittman. They could. They lose Ali Marpet?
Yeah, Ali Marpet retired. Didn't they lose another guy? They lost a second guy. Trying to remember who. I think the Bucks lost
to free agency.
It wasn't Jensen. He came back.
They lost one guy to retirement. That was Marpet, but they lost another guy to free agency. I do remember that.
Yeah, they did. So they are that's, I would say, is the business that they're in right now, or the market that they're in is offensive line. So see what happens. Once Tampa Bay makes their pick, then it's almost like, okay, then the draft
Hunter L, nobody needs wide receivers. I love it, bro. What happens when they draft O-line 2 more times? What happens? What happens, Hunter?
We might have to talk.
Aaron Rodgers will be so protected in the pocket, he's just gonna stay there.
He better. He better not be touched all season long. Hunter, we gotta have to talk him off the ledge.
Nah, man, they'll be fine.
Hey, I didn't make any bad trades. My trade talk is...
I heard somebody say they got Jordy Nelson in the second round. They got Greg Nelson in the second round. They got Devontae Adams in the second round. They're good at
Devontae in the second round. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good at developing wide receiver talent. So I'm sure they can find somebody late in the second round here that can be serviceable for you next year. The problem is you didn't get one of the highly touted guys, and you clearly didn't make it a priority as an organization. And I'm sure there's frustration that comes along with that. But trust their process with late round. Not even late round wide receivers, just not second or first round wide receivers, and see if they can come up with somebody that will make you happy. So just be patient.
Yeah. Yep. Draft is underway. They're doing something.
What's happening?
So there's a guy he's on a cable, and they raised it. He's like in a straitjacket, like locked in, and they raised him up to like the ceiling, feet first. So he's upside down, and he had to Vegas, man, and he had to get himself free of the straitjacket, and he just did it. Now he's back down on the. I don't know who this is. I can't keep track of these types of performers anymore. But anyway, that just happened. Welcome to Vegas. So yeah, we're officially kicking things off. Yeah, they know how to do it.
All right, you have your super secret Twitter source open?
I have Twitter ready to go. Oh, it's Chris Angel. Okay.
Okay. Haven't heard that name in a while.
Appreciate the assist. But yeah, he just freed himself while hanging upside down. So big respect. Bucks are now on the clock.
There we go. I see it. Do they get help for Tom Brady?
About to find out.
And Iron, the wide receiver rankings did change for us.
Everybody.
They did change for us, and we were going over that a little bit earlier. Instead of having, before the draft, for both of us, it was Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams, Treylon Burks, Chris Olave, Drake London, George Pickens, Sky Moore.
Well,
Right?
Jahan Dotson's ahead of, yeah.
But now we're looking at it, and yeah, it's got to be Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, then Chris Olave, but then Drake London for sure. Not somebody we're fading. Somebody, if he falls to us, that's fine, but it's not somebody I'm gonna stray away from drafting anymore.
Yeah.
So that's a different ranking for me for him, just because that he's in a different tier. And then George Pickens falls. It's got to be Jahan Dotson.
Has to be.
Behind Drake London. Just because he got drafted.
Got drafted
and then
16.
All the hype right now is on Sky Moore. So Sky Moore has to be the 7th wide receiver drafted.
For now, yeah.
Everything right now is kind of be hands off or be skeptical of George Pickens right now, just because of his off the field situations from his past. So he's got to fall to wide receiver 8 in this class. I think I would rather have, to, like you alluded to, Christian Watson ahead of him. I think I would rather have Sky Moore ahead of him. Whereas just before the draft, or just before really today, I would have said otherwise. So yeah, the wide receiver rankings did change. Depending on where Sky Moore, Christian Watson, depending on where these guys go, we could see
Christian
them being
Watson,
drafted
Sky
ahead
Moore.
of Jahan Dotson for sure.
We could see a player who we had been fading hard, like David Bell, be drafted ahead of George Pickens, depending on how tonight unfolds. But yeah, I'll put. I'm very much a believer in Jameson Williams as far as the most upside in this class. I would still put him 1. I would, Garrett Wilson 2. I personally have Olave 3, just considering all things long term. I would put Burks 4th, and I would put London 5th. You can call us London haters if you want. And definitely credit to him. He's the first receiver off the board. Was drafted 8th overall. But I like these other players enough. There's enough players I like. Plus, we kind of already alluded to this. The landing spot of a Treylon Burks, who we had ranked ahead of London anyway. There's still enough here for me to say he's 5th. He's firmly 5th, as opposed to like, is he off my board entirely? But Jameson, Garrett Wilson, Olave. I have Olave 3rd, Burks 4th, London 5th, Dotson 6th, and then we'll see what happens with Watson and Sky Moore here. We'll see what happens with David Bell.
Well, stop
it could
being
be a
so
surprise.
thin-skinned. We're coming around to London. You're just not willing to hear it. And shut up, Will.
You can call us Ace if you want.
The Sky Moore versus Christian Watson thing. It's more of a conversation of do you want to follow or chase athleticism, or do you want to chase somebody who's shown that he has the production profile, the route tree, and has shown to be more of a pro-ready receiver in Sky Moore. The Christian Watson's more the upside play. He has the high RAS for a wide receiver, for what that's worth. Super athletic, has a very high ceiling. He also has a very high floor. Sky Moore, a little bit safer of a prospect. It's like the difference between a Drake London and a Garrett Wilson. Drake London probably has the higher upside of the two based on its athletic profile. But the safer pick, the higher floor, maybe lower ceiling, but definitely higher floor pick in Garrett Wilson or even Chris Olave, is kind of like the difference between Christian Watson and Sky Moore, just at a different tier at wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pick is in for Tampa Bay. We go to Twitter, the best source for everything, including including positive mental health. The Bucks select defensive tackle Logan Hall. Again, this is from Connor Hughes, the Jets beat reporter, who has been tipping every single pick when he feels like it. So
didn't they lose a bunch of guys on that defensive line too?
They still have Sue. They still have Devin White. They still have. Did they lose Shaq Barrett? They still have Vita Vey.
I think so. Maybe it wasn't the defensive line. Maybe it was linebacker. But
maybe they're converting him to offensive line.
Yeah, I don't know. But all right, another non-offensive skill position pick in this year's draft. Another pick where Malik Willis isn't going. So let's see. The countdown for Malik Willis continues.
It's on.
And the Vikings are on the clock here. The Vikings obviously aren't going. They're not going quarterback.
I wouldn't say that's obvious.
We could see a trade.
Oh, Sue hasn't re-signed. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, Hunter, are you going to be clapping every single time there's not a wide receiver picked?
He's hoping. He's hoping and praying right now.
Get your team to trade for Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, there you go. Call the front office.
Yeah, call the front office. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
The Packers are trading up.
Okay.
There you go, Hunter. The Packers are trading up, and they are now on the clock. They have traded with the Vikings. The Packers are now on the clock with pick number 34.
That's rare.
The NFC North has done this twice now. The Vikings and the Lions when the Lions moved up to 12, and now the Packers and the Vikings.
New GM in there, isn't there?
With Minnesota there is. Yeah. With Minnesota, yes, there is. Yeah, Packers are trading up.
There we go, Hunter.
Trading up. All right, let's see what we're about to do here. Yup.
Okay, shut up.
Let's go. What's happening?
Yes.
Are they taking Malik?
Yo, that would be insane.
Nope, I have the pick. It's in.
What is it? Is it wide receiver?
The Packers are selecting wide receiver Christian Watson, according to Connor Hughes
Christian
of
Watson,
The Athletic.
There
it is.
In the first round of rookie drafts.
Christian Watson
is going to be going in the first round of rookie drafts.
It's going to be Christian Watson. The Packers are, according to Connor Hughes, who has been tipping and nailing every single pick so far. Packers are selecting wide receiver Christian Watson, according to The Athletic. Wow, what a landing spot.
We were wondering. Is the CEH of landing spots in this year's draft right now.
Yeah, that's kind of how it feels like. But hey,
but I think it's calling somebody the CEH of this draft class feels mean, and I don't mean
it's apples. It's apples to oranges too. This is a wide receiver.
He's the landing spot, the biggest landing spot based riser. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The biggest landing spot based riser in this year's draft thus far is now Christian Watson. He steps in there, and I mean, if Christian Watson, let me get his RAS. He
can start right away. He should start right away. Yeah, Iron, he's over Sky. He's over Sky.
He's over Sky now. Yeah.
Yeah, he's over Sky. He has to be. The draft capital's in his favor. Oh, they did trade 53 and 59. Wow. See, so I wasn't so drunk when I was talking about the Seahawks earlier.
Christian Watson has an RAS of 9.96. And I believe that was right on par. Was it not? Was that not right on par with Calvin Johnson?
You would know that better than me, but I mean, I can't imagine Calvin Johnson's athletic profile is anything less than phenomenal.
Let's pull that information up. No, Calvin Johnson is at a 10. Chase Claypool is at a 9.98. And Christian Watson is at a 9.96. Julio Jones is at a 9.97.
There you go. So
Andre Johnson, 9.98. So athletically speaking, he's a specimen, and he's going to play with one of the best, if not the best, quarterback of this generation, who's just been shoehorned into playing with the Packers, who don't surround him with the best talent. But Aaron Rodgers to Christian Watson, very intriguing, considering the only guy they have there is Allen Robinson and Sammy Watkins. Those are the only guys they have there right now. So
Lazard.
That's what I said. What did I say?
You said Allen Robinson. It's okay.
Oh, oops.
I'm just here to help.
Thanks. But Christian Watson, good pick. High upside pick. He's going to go in the first round. He's going to go in the first round of rookie drafts.
Gonna play all in 3 receiver sets. Is Aaron Jones making the pick wearing a sombrero? He is. Aaron Jones is my personal feed is a little behind. I'm on Twitter right now. Aaron Jones is reading the pick in a sombrero. This is my hero. Aaron, you're about to have 1,500 total yards and 12 touchdowns in 2022.
He's about to do it wearing a sombrero.
He's gonna wear a sombrero. He'll be just fine. Dang, that's pretty cool. He gets to make the draft pick to call his teammate. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Hunter says MVS with hands. I mean,
oh no,
shoot higher than that. Shoot higher than that, bro. At least say DJ Chark without injury concerns. Like, do something like that. Like, and with better concentration. Don't give yourself MVS with hands. That it shouldn't be what you want in the top of the second round. Last year 2 years ago at the top of the second round, you got Michael Pittman. 3 years ago at the top of the second round, you got T. Higgins. Christian Watson is in the same build profile as both of those guys. If he ends up on some spectrum between T. Higgins and Michael Pittman, I think that would be great for him. That would be great for him. And he deserves to be picked in the first round now. Christian Watson ahead of Jahan Dotson. He's ahead of Sky. Ahead of Jahan Dotson. I think you got to at least contemplate that.
You can contemplate that at least as far like the situation at least year 1 and probably year 2, maybe year 3.
Now, Malik Willis could go here to the Titans.
I could.
Theoretically, the Ryan Tannehill basically has 1 more year, and then I believe next year they can cut him and save $27 million on their contract.
Higgins was 2 years ago, yeah. Higgins is a third-year player, yeah, not last year. But yes, let me double check Ryan Tannehill's spot track. But continue, yeah. About could the Titans take Malik Willis here?
My bad, Will. Thank you for the correction. But yeah, they can save $20 million in cap space if they cut Ryan Tannehill next season. So
that's a lot.
If they could go after Malik Willis here.
Right. I mean, Tannehill's already 33. It feels like
They just got the young quarterback. Wide receiver. Could they pair him with the young quarterback? Insulate him with Derrick Henry for a year and keep him from playing and let him learn behind Ryan Tannehill and then unleash him next year.
For a year, yeah. They could.
Pull the Trey Lance with Malik Willis in the second round. The Jets just traded up.
With the
Really?
Titans? Wait.
Hunter, it's not showing on my team or on my board. Do you see it?
The Titans have selected cornerback Roger McCreary at number 35. Okay. The Jets are now on the clock. Oh, the Giants traded back. Yeah. The Giants traded back with the Jets.
Wow, okay.
So now we're not only seeing division trades, we're seeing same city trades, same New Jersey town trade.
Yeah, Will's not making. Will
Road.
says Watson's not making it out of the first. I don't think he makes it out of the first 2. I think Watson's gonna.
No shot.
He's a top 10 dynasty pick right now. In rookie drafts, he's top 10. People will choose him over some of these quarterbacks for sure.
I mean, he's got the draft capital. He's got the landing spot.
He could go 108 for a lot of people.
He could.
I'm talking Superflex there. He could go 107, 106 for a lot of people in one QB, depending on how you value things.
One QB, yeah. He could. He absolutely could.
Wow, Christian Watson. All right, Christian Watson stock to the moon.
Watson's Watson's gonna go around 1. Are the Jets getting Brees? Yup.
Brees Hall to the Jets. Wow.
Brees Hall to the Jets.
R.I.P. Michael Carter.
Wow. Michael Carter's gone. Michael Carter's gone. Wow.
Wow. Okay. Jets just got better.
The Jets
continue to have a great draft. Michael Carter was a guy that was in a timeshare for the majority of his time in college too, with Javonte, now they found their Javonte in Brees Hall here. So, I mean, the move makes sense. But you could have argued that they needed to continue to build the foundation of the roster in other areas, but that's not a bad. I mean, compete now.
Oh, he's
Let's
the
go.
101. He's still the 101.
Yes.
Like again,
yes.
we weren't worried about the team. We weren't worried about the team, and that includes the Jets, who are on the.
I don't care.
Like, you know,
I don't care if Kenneth Walker goes to the Bills. Brees Hall 101.
Brees Hall's the 101. Yep.
I don't care if
Brees Hall's the 101.
I don't care where Kenneth Walker goes. Brees Hall is 101. It doesn't change anything for me.
Not at all. Not in either format. Don't care what your scoring is. Even full PPR.
It just makes me terrified for Michael Carter. Honestly, that would make me. If it was holding Michael Carter.
Oh, for Dynasty,
I would
absolutely.
Feel terrible in Dynasty right now. But because Brees Hall is going to monopolize 80% of the work. We could look at Michael Carter like we look at excuse me Khalil Herbert.
I don't think he's gonna fall.
It could happen. It could happen, bro. It could happen. At the very best,
I don't think he's gonna fall that far.
At the very best, we're looking at Alexander Madison.
No, not
for Michael Carter.
Maybe eventually
with Brees Hall there.
With Brees Hall there,
you don't think Michael Carter is now Alexander Madison? Or you wouldn't be worried that Michael Carter is going to get Alexander Madison?
I feel like he's somewhere in between that and I'm trying to think of like a committee back who is still like a significant role, like somewhere between that and like a James White or something, where it's like he's a role.
He's not a receiving back though.
He can catch it a little bit. No, he's not.
A little bit. He's not a receiving back.
I know he's not a receiving back. My point is, I think he's going to have some type of role. Brees Hall's the guy. Make no mistake. This is bad for Michael Carter for Dynasty, but I think at least for year one, I don't think he dies. I
never said that.
Like I think he'd be more serviceable than Alexander Madison.
Alexander Madison was never dead, dude. Like Alexander Madison's been a good fantasy commodity to have, but he's
when
been
Dalvin
a handcuff.
Cook is injured.
He's
a handcuff.
But he's the highest profile. He was one of the highest profile backups to own over the past 3 seasons.
Right.
That could be Michael Carter. He could just be one of the most high profile backups to own in the league going forward because Brees Hall is just there.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to overcome that.
Yeah.
It would be different if they traded for Zeke or something like that, and then you could say, okay, this guy's the next Tony Pollard. We can't even say that because Brees Hall is younger than Michael Carter. So, yeah, I'm sorry for everybody's Michael Carter shares.
Oh, I'm sorry too. Like it's as bad of a hit as you could possibly take.
Brees Hall 101. The pick is in for the Texans. Do you have any insight into this on Twitter? The Giants are on the clock right now after trading down.
The Falcons are now on the clock with a trade up.
Man.
The Falcons are now on the clock with a trade up.
3 trades in the first 5
Where's
picks.
Will? The Falcons are on the clock.
5 picks. Is this Malik Willis?
This might be Malik.
Ooh.
This might be Malik.
Yeah, Will, I know you're going crazy right now because I know you have the 102, and if Malik goes there, oh, man.
Oh, it's going to be hard to pass up.
Oh,
The Giants have traded back twice now, once with the Jets and now with the Falcons.
Wait, so that they did not trade up with the Texans? The Texans are still drafting at 105.
Or sorry, was it the Jets who traded up with the Texans? No, I thought the Texans don't have
5.
Oh, sorry. The
Giants have 6.
Who went 37th?
Nobody. It's for me. It looks like the Texans are still on the clock.
No, the Falcons are on the clock at 38. They traded with the Giants. The Falcons did.
Okay.
The Texans took a defensive player. I can't tell who though. The Texans took a defensive player.
So it could be the Falcons with Malik Willis here.
Falcons are on the clock at 38.
Texans took a safety.
They took a safety. Was it that guy from Clemson?
Jalen Petre.
Oh, no, not Petre. Okay. Falcons.
Will, what happened? Will, what happened? Falcons on the clock. Nick, do you know?
I don't see anything now. Penn State edge rusher.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, he was one of the best names on
Malik
the board.
Willis
Like
still
to go. Yeah.
Malik Willis to the Seahawks, man. Come on. Malik Willis to the Seahawks, and then they draft a wide receiver or something like that, or draft O-line again, and then boom, boom. It makes sense.
Yeah. Is it Ebekite? I'm not 100. I know he's one of the high. He's still one of the best players on the board, or was today. So not surprising. Not surprising. Falcons need defense. He was one of the best players left on the board. I
mean, and you got to think the
not
Bears,
sure what they gave
at
up.
this point, the Bears go Sky Moore or offensive tackle to help out Fields.
Yeah.
If I was the Bears, I would be calling every team behind the Seahawks to see if they need that might be quarterback
see if they need
to
a
see if they want to
yeah.
jump up. I'd be calling the Detroit Lions at 14. I'd be calling the Saints at 17.
I'd be calling Carolina and say, "Give me your 23 first." It's not going to happen, but
no.
Yeah, I would before. I would check all the boxes before ultimately making a call here. See what the Bears ultimately decide to do.
But hey, the Texans, it looks like they really all are all in on Davis Mills. There's been no whisper of a quarterback for the Texans where you could have said they had a need there. You could have said they had a need there going into the draft if you did not believe in Davis Mills. I think every move that they're making right now shows that the team believes in Davis Mills, or that they're at least setting their team up for the quarterback that they're going to be getting in 2023, which is a theme I believe we're starting to see with a lot of these teams. They're making moves to set themselves up to be good for 2023. Except for the Jets. They're just going all in.
Yep. Some just getting some details. The Jets got the 38th pick, or they traded 38 and 146 to move up to 36. So not too bad to just move up a couple of spots. The Falcons sent 43 and 114 to move up to 38. Hunter's got that. Thank you. Just getting some details in.
Malik Willis possibly to the Seahawks. And then, I do think that Detroit has a good look at one of these, pretty much Matt Corral and anybody else that they want once 14 comes around. Definitely a possibility for them. I don't think having Carson Wentz should preclude the Washington Commanders to go out and at least look at a quarterback with the 15th pick here. The Saints, I believe, still have need at young quarterback. Just see if you can get one. Try a year with Jameis, but see if you can get one. See what you got. See if you can get one. That's what the Eagles do every year. They seem to do well at that.
The Bears are selecting cornerback Kyler Gordon, who had been mocked by some to be a first-round pick last night. He did not get selected. The Bears take Kyler Gordon, cornerback at 39.
All right.
Seattle, you are on the clock with the next two picks, right? Next two. working?
No, it's just I'm intrigued to see what Seattle does here. They've been linked to Desmond Ridder for so long. Does Malik Willis continue to fall?
No.
Does another quarterback get picked ahead of Malik Willis?
No.
We were saying there was no way Malik Willis.
w-
We were saying there was no way Kenny Pickett was gonna be drafted over Malik Willis.
You might have said that. I didn't say no way. I assumed it would be Malik Willis, but I didn't. I mean, I said last night. I said whoever the first quarterback is gonna be, because we've seen crazier things happen. That was about Kenny Pickett and maybe Corral. I don't think Desmond Ridder leapfrogs Malik Willis, because the intangibles that Malik Willis has, that is something that can be measured. They're superior to Desmond Ridder's intangibles. The physical traits, the arm talent, that can literally be measured. There's no way. There's no way. What are we doing, Seattle? Bears and Seahawks apparently wanted the Penn State edge rusher, hence why the Falcons moved up. I already
no
need another drink.
Dean pick, no David Ojabo pick.
Yeah, I guess the linebackers are certainly falling.
Edge rusher Boye Mafe still on the board.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if Sky Moore ends up going to the Colts. I'm looking at them at 42.
Yeah, you could go back to back here with Malik Willis or something like that to the Seahawks. But yeah, Indianapolis needs a wide receiver for sure. So I believe
Seattle
he goes somewhere within the next 3 picks. Sky Moore.
Seattle has bigger needs than wide receiver.
Yeah, but they make boneheaded moves all the time.
Yeah,
they had bigger needs. They had bigger needs than Rashad Penny in the first a few years ago, and they took Rashad Penny in the first.
That did happen.
Just because they fell into DK Metcalf, I'm not going to give them all the credit in the world. They've made pretty much boneheaded decisions at every other turn.
Oh, no. I'm not giving them credit for DK Metcalf. Just like my first thought was they have so many needs. And wide receivers, so much so to the point where wide receiver is not one of them. But, yeah, they have done dumb stuff. What am I doing exiting out of Twitter at a time like this?
Come on, man.
Shut up. I will say Twitter has been way ahead of any.
Yeah, maybe I should
TV
just switch over to
feeds.
Twitter. It was just I would have to deal with anything inappropriate that Twitter would have up there on the feed, possibly being broadcast. I don't know if you want to do that, but I guess we'll just keep the NFL tracker up. But you're gonna have to continue to bring us the breaking news when it comes through.
I can do that. I'm sure Seattle's currently weighing all options right now. But yeah, Malik Willis still on the board. This is, Tom Pelissero in a tweet laying out some guys who are still out there. Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Matt Corral, Kenneth Walker, George Pickens, John Mechie. We haven't mentioned him much. John Mechie's still out there. Sky
I've
Moore,
seen him
Alec
mocked
Pierce.
to the Packers earlier, but yeah. Christian Watson, bro.
Skyrocket. Sky Moore, Alec Pierce, Trey McBride. Yeah. So lots of names still to go. I don't have anything new though as it pertains to the Seahawks. Sure, they're currently taking all the time they possibly can, having back-to-back picks.
Yeah, I got Twitter up now too. I'm just looking.
How's everybody feeling? How's everybody feeling in the chat so far? We okay with Brees to the Jets?
I mean, Brees is it was a domino that needed to fall, but it was a relatively boring domino to fall because it doesn't change the draft outlook or the fantasy outlook, the dynasty outlook on him at all. He's Brees Hall. He's gonna go 1-on-1. So is not the most exciting domino to fall. I want someone else like a Christian Watson just to fall. Or to fall in place, not necessarily to fall, but just to get picked. The Christian Watson, he could be a wide receiver too as soon as this season. By the end of the season, after Michael Pittman dealt with that compartment syndrome in his leg in his rookie season, he had an output there where he was performing like a low-end wide receiver too to finish out his first year. And then he came in his second year and performed like a wide receiver too for his whole second year. And so I think by the end of the season, we could see a stretch from Christian Watson where he's putting together a string of wide receiver 2 weeks, and he shows us that he can be a wide receiver 2 moving forward in fantasy for as long as Aaron Rodgers is there.
All right, pick is in.
Pick is in.
I don't have anything yet.
Seahawks fan here, Jaws.
There you go.
I always like the Seahawks.
I like their atmosphere.
I like their atmosphere. I love Marshawn Lynch because he was a Bill first. And I started watching football when the Seahawks started their dominant run with Russell Wilson. So, yeah, I like the Seahawks.
Hunter, nicely done.
Good job, Hunter.
You manifested that. Nothing though about the Seahawks.
Kyler Gordon for the
time to
cornerback
key search
for
them.
The Bears.
For the Bears,
is
yeah,
officially announced now. So.
We're just waiting. We're just waiting. They just as a quick recap, it was the Seahawks, correct, who drafted Charles Cross in the first round.
Yes.
So they've already addressed offensive line.
They should address it again, but they should.
Yeah.
Their O-line's terrible.
It's not great. Let's see.
But I could see them ending Malik Willis's fall here. I really could. If he falls past the Seahawks,
now we're officially in free fall.
Honestly, I think that he would get picked up.
The Lions.
He would get picked up by the Lions.
It
would just be a fall for him.
The Giants have been accumulating draft capital with a couple of trades just now. Do they hold their breath that Malik Willis is there? They take the shot and they still accumulated picks later to just, to it's kind of like a volley, so to speak. Like they get the question mark at quarterback, but still pick up enough late round picks to hopefully nail, hit on one or two more players, as a result of using a second round pick on a quarterback. I don't know. I'm doing musical chairs in my head right now as far as my thought process, but you get where I'm going. The Giants are here. Not the Browns, not the Ravens.
Well, maybe the Ravens
and the Lions. Yeah, maybe they pissed off Lamar last night.
Yeah.
Let's check Twitter.
Yeah, Jaws. I agree. He had to have. But Seahawks gonna Seahawk. Just gonna do that too late.
Yeah.
Do that 1 year too late.
Yeah, we did mention that yesterday. The Seahawks are selecting Boye Mafe.
Boye Mafe, edge. Okay.
Yeah, Boye Mafe. Oh, the edge rusher. Duh. Sorry, they didn't include the name. Yeah.
All right, what are they doing at 41, though? I mean, all right, they solidify their D-line. Early second round. They got to go. Malik Willis has to go here, bro. It would be mind-boggling if Malik Willis didn't go here.
If he doesn't go here, he could go to the Giants and then again at the Lions at 14. If the Lions pass on him at 14, we need to have a serious conversation.
Then Baker Mayfield to the Seahawks technically could still be a thing.
Could happen. Could be a thing for could be a thing for Seattle, could be a thing for Carolina.
Yep. Texans I've seen mixed in there in terms of rumors.
Yep.
You got any sneak peeks?
Nothing yet. I can only imagine the Seahawks will use all the time they possibly can here to decide if they want either Malik Willis or to pass and go another direction. I mean, again, they badly need defense. They traded Khalil Mack. They address it with one pick. They could double down here. Nakobe Dean, the linebackers are still here. Dean and Ajabo are still there.
Khalil Mack wasn't on the.
Sorry. They cut Bobby Wagner. Thank you. Sorry. I knew yeah.
It was one of those guys. Yeah. Still a big loss for the defense.
One of those super old all pros who's going to be a Hall of Famer. Yeah. They cut Bobby Wagner. Colossal loss for the defense. They get a chance to
could go Nakobe Dean here if they really just
should replace him, at least as far as the position goes,
right.
Not necessarily as the player level, but they could.
They're probably fielding a trade to trade back 1 or 2 picks to be able to pick up some draft capital. At least that would be the smart thing. And then drafting a guy like Nakobe Dean, that would be if they truly don't want to go quarterback.
Then Nakobe Dean makes a lot of sense here, or unless they like Ajabo better.
Bernard Raymond still on the board.
He is. They could definitely. I mean, you just got. How ironic would that be if Seattle went back-to-back offensive line picks?
The pick is in. Indianapolis on the board.
2 months.
Sky Moore.
That could be the Colts pick. I can't imagine the Seahawks pick. I can't imagine the Seahawks pick Sky Moore.
No, I was alluding to the Colts. Yeah.
Wow.
What? What?
The Seahawks are selecting Kenneth Walker. The Seahawks are selecting Kenneth Walker with the 41st
the Seahawks
pick.
They're gonna Seahawk.
The Seahawks,
oh my
dude.
God, dude.
They are gonna Seahawk.
Yo, Kenneth Walker's gonna fall.
They are gonna Seahawk.
Kenneth Walker's gonna fall.
Oh man.
Yo.
Oh man. Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. Okay. All right.
I
guess Chris Carson's never coming back. Chris Carson he's done. That neck injury has ruined Chris Carson.
I was going to say,
that's got to be the first thing to come to mind.
I agree,
Chris
Hunter.
Carson's done.
This is a lot. This is an L move for the Seahawks as a franchise. That being said, yes, this would indicate that as much as I hate to probably have to come to terms with what I already sort of believed anyway, this has to be the end for Chris Carson. Neck injuries are tricky. They are scary. They are dangerous. And with the type of, him playing running back, the way he plays it, once I hear neck injury, I think to myself, it's bad. It's not good. We are literally talking about a player's day-to-day livelihood from a perspective of like, you're one bad hit away from being paralyzed. We don't in any way, shape, or form do we want that. Not at all. So yeah, Carson's career probably is coming to a close. Kenneth Walker presumably supplants Rashad Penny. Presumably. I don't know that for sure. I can't sit here and definitively say that today. I like Kenneth Walker. I think Kenneth Walker is very good. And if Rashad Penny is not able to shake his demons as far as his injury history, Kenneth Walker is going to see a huge workload in an offense that wants to run the football.
Yeah.
But we don't predict or project injuries ever. We can't, even with players with an injury history, like a Rashad Penny. We just don't project that. Penny's not going anywhere. And you just mentioned it 5 minutes ago. Penny has the draft capital over Walker. It's not significant, but Penny was a first-round pick. Walker is a high second-round pick.
Now they do have
so
Penny
still has the draft capital on Walker.
Penny
My first thought is this is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
But this is a mess for 2022. For 2023, it's super clear. It's Kenneth Walker is the only guy there, period. Because Chris Carson probably going to be cut or released or just not re-signed or whatever. Rashad Penny is on a one-year deal, so this is really just prove it, see what you can get, do what you can first this year, and then peace. Because at that point, you'll be, 27 because he is old. But as soon as 2023, if you're playing for 2023, if you're a rebuild, don't shy away from Kenneth Walker. But in redraft, in best balls, not loving Kenneth Walker here. He falls a little bit for me. And if you're looking to compete in 2021, Kenneth Walker falls for me a little bit too. Or 2022 in Dynasty. If you're a competing team, I'd rather have one of the wide receivers that you would be drafting around him than him to compete for this year.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Drake London than Kenneth Walker. I would rather have, obviously, the Williams, Burks, Wilson ahead of Walker. Olave, it really depends on team need. Christian Watson, it really depends on team need. But if you need wide receiver and Kenneth Walker's falling, I wouldn't. This landing spot isn't enough for me to say don't go away from a Christian Watson.
Yeah,
I think Kenneth Walker could fall to around
really that
110.
Far?
I mean, I would rather Breece Hall, Jameson Williams. Yeah. So we apologize for it.
Hopefully we're not. Hopefully we're not frozen.
The Vikings traded up. Do you have that?
The Vikings gonna take him.
Do you have that?
No, the Vikings are on the clock though at 42. The Colts have traded back. That is confirmed.
To where? Where were the Vikings? 21. In the second round. All right. The Vikings could go wide receiver.
Remember, the Vikings picked up 50. The Vikings picked up 53 and 59 from the Packers so that the Packers could draft Christian Watson. So I imagine they traded at least one of those, probably 53, to move up to 42. I would think. Let's see what the Vikings are going to do. Let's see what the Vikings trade up and draft Clemson corner Andrew Booth.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. They had to re-sign Patrick Peterson this year, who has had a great career, but is at the end. He is done. We saw as much last year. The Vikings sorely need defense. We talked about this a little bit last night. I think KJ Osborne is good enough. They have bigger needs, especially on defense. The Vikings do. This is in lockstep with that. I mean, when you're paying money to Patrick Peterson in 2022, you have a need at cornerback, and they address it here by moving up to get him.
And at 11, we do have the Giants. Giants are rumored to need quarterback. We alluded to it earlier. They could be a landing spot for Malik Willis. 14 for the Lions is another one to watch out for. But Kenneth Walker to the Seattle Seahawks, I'm still kind of flabbergasted by. That's just another boneheaded move by the Seahawks, and one that makes me a lot less excited about, at least in the short term, a running back who I was excited for his prospects.
Yeah. He's still a first-round pick. No question about that. But yeah, I mean, is he the 106, the 107, the 108, and do you feel okay with that? I think I ultimately do, because Penny is on just a 1-year deal. You're just gonna have to eat it for 2022. Mm-hmm. Remember, if we like Jahan Dotson, this isn't a worst case scenario for Kenneth Walker. It's just surprising.
Yeah, just like it was surprising when Rashad Penny was drafted there. It's just surprising that they would continue to prioritize running back in an era where running back is one of the more devalued positions on everybody else's boards. What?
I mean, should we really be surprised with Pete Carroll, though? He's a 70-year-old statue. The New York Giants are drafting a wide receiver here.
What? They don't need wide receiver.
Yes, they do. Kadarius Toney's a bust. At pick 43, the New York Giants are drafting Kentucky wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale goes in the top 50, in the top 45 of the NFL draft. Wan'Dale Robinson.
That's huge.
With the draft capital that he needs. Ooh, baby, I was pounding the table a little bit on this guy. I wasn't like, all in, but in the top half of the second round when I thought he would go, I just said not too long ago, I said I think he gets
percentile college target
the third round,
95th percentile breakout age, 4.44.
Goodbye,
speed.
Kadarius Toney.
The only thing is,
goodbye, Sterling
I don't
Shepard.
think that's what it means, bro. I don't think that's what it means. I think it's goodbye, Kenny Golladay. But I think Wan'Dale Robinson. It's goodbye. It's goodbye Sterling Shepard. It's goodbye. It's goodbye Darius Slayton. I don't know if it's goodbye Kadarius Toney because he's there for another 3 years.
I think it's goodbye. I think it's goodbye to all
He's
of them.
5'8".
Yeah, no, I know. I'm getting excited.
He's Rondale Moore's size. He's. I mean, we have to take that into consideration here. When does Rondale Moore drafted? In the second round?
Wasn't he drafted around this time last year?
Right.
He was, but yeah.
Exactly. So we're looking at Rondale Moore,
round.
217. We're looking at Rondale Moore for the Giants.
Yeah.
Wan'Dale Robinson is going to be Brian Dable's new
like Isaiah McKenzie type.
No, man, I think new Cole Beasley.
Ah, well then you gotta love that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, we're not saying this guy's gonna be a wide receiver 1, but a young wide receiver, a low end wide receiver 2 in PPR, a young high end wide receiver 3 in PPR with a very high wide receiver 3 floor. I think that's what Wan'Dale Robinson is. I don't think that blows Kadarius Toney out of the water to where he's not valuable anymore. It puts him on notice, but I think that's more an indictment on Sterling Shepard and Kenny Golladay than anything. And they lost Evan Ingram, their playmaker at tight end, their athletic tight end. So, I could still see Kadarius Toney and Wan'Dale Robinson coexisting. Interesting pick, though.
Sure.
Very interesting pick. Sky Moore continues to fall. George Pickens continues to fall.
Which
Calvin Austin.
Not surprised by anymore.
Not picked yet, but he's at least in the conversation now. And no quarterbacks outside of Pickett. And I don't expect a running back to be drafted for a while, right?
No.
We're looking at third round and then into the fourth round.
Rachaad White might go round 3.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Isaiah Spiller.
Maybe. Yeah,
the NFL team might like him more than we do. I mean, he could go in the third round.
Could.
In which case, he would be Zach Moss.
Oof. No. No.
Hey, Zach Moss, third round running back.
Yeah, but that backfired on me. Backfired on all of us. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder. It does make you wonder. Malik Willis got passed by the Seahawks twice and the Falcons. What do they know that we don't? I mean, maybe they know exactly the same thing we know, in that he is such a raw prospect that, and that he's not worth betting on with high draft capital. He's such a project that, you know, third round draft capital might be really where he should be valued at. I don't think he's going to get third round draft capital. I think he will get picked in the second round. But maybe they view him more like a Jalen Hurts. Maybe they view him more like a who got drafted in the second round was Geno Smith. Was Teddy Bridgewater second round or bottom of the first?
Teddy Bridgewater was like the last pick of the first round.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, maybe the Jalen Hurts comp isn't. Maybe he's not a better Jalen Hurts. Maybe he's just Jalen Hurts. People said he was, us included, said he's a more athletic prospect than Jalen Hurts. Maybe he's just Jalen Hurts.
Maybe he's worse. Maybe he's worse. I don't know. Maybe he's worse.
I'm still not out on him as a prospect. I still believe in Malik Willis.
Browns are trading down. The Texans are on the clock at pick 44.
Interesting. Malik Willis?
Could be. Could be.
That'd be interesting.
Wait.
What?
We're
What?
getting a ton of conflicting reports.
What?
It's the Broncos, I think.
Says for me the Texans.
I got a bunch of conflicting reports right now. I'm seeing one thing saying the Broncos. I'm seeing one thing saying it's the Texans. I'm seeing something saying it's the Ravens. Oh, no, the Ravens
Browns
are on
trading
deck.
up, drafting Mechie?
Texans, I don't know where you saw that, but the Texans have traded with the Browns and are drafting John Mechie. Okay, Mechie to the, Oh, Alex got, Mechie to Houston.
Okay.
All right.
Yo, Hunter,
Davis
Hunter,
Mills.
chill. Hunter, chill.
He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry, man. Pickens will be there for you in round 3.
But hey, this is nothing but a plus for Davis Mills for what that's worth, and for whoever they draft at quarterback in 2020 in the 2023 draft, like we're all speculating they will. This is a little bit of a dampener on Nico Collins' outlook in the basically all types of the future, the short term and the long term.
Sure.
It does hurt Nico Collins. Not a ton though, because John Mechie should come in and play slot. They got Brandon Cooks on the outside and Nico Collins on the other side. It just kind of completes their depth chart as far as their offense goes. John Mechie is very sure-handed, not a guy that's going to stand out a ton, but he's going to be a reliable slot guy for them.
Texans move up to 44. They send the Browns picks number 68, which is a pick that's coming up later tonight. Number 108, which is tomorrow, I believe, and number 124, which is definitely tomorrow. So Browns picking up 3 later picks to allow the Texans to move up to 44 to select the Alabama wide receiver John Mechie, who I feel like we haven't talked much about on this channel.
Ravens on the clock, though. Ravens on the clock. They could go wide receiver here. The Lions next after that we could see one of these quarterbacks. Lions, Washington, within the next 3 draft picks. I would be very surprised if a quarterback doesn't go. And if he lasts past these guys, I mean, he's probably going to last another.
I hope Washington I hope Washington takes him. Not because I'm rooting for Malik Willis's downfall. It would just be funny to me because Carson Wentz is there. Come on, Washington.
Should make every team needs to make it their
Come on, Washington.
emphasis to make Carson Wentz feel uncomfortable as soon as possible. Make Carson Wentz feel uncomfortable as soon as possible.
Yeah. With Mechie, caught almost 100 passes this past year. Didn't play in the championship game. Well, he played in the SEC championship game, not the national championship game. He needed to have knee surgery after the SEC championship game against Georgia. He didn't play in the playoff, excuse me. He didn't play in the college football playoff because of the injury. That being said, he probably would have been drafted higher had he not suffered the injury. He's not a Jameson Williams level prospect, but he's damn good.
Will's defending Wentz in the chat. Will, why are you defending every player ever brought up? I mean,
he has Wentz in Superflex.
You're defending Calvin Ridley. You're defending Drake London. You're defending Carson Wentz. Like, you're the great defender of all. Are you in the NFLPA or something? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, he's DeMaurice Smith.
Yeah, what's happening, Will?
The Willis Smith. I don't even know if DeMaurice Smith is still that PA guy. I have no idea. Remember. I don't think he was very well liked if he's still there. Who's on the clock? Baltimore's on the clock. Hey, they need a wide receiver. Sky Moore.
The pick is in.
They just traded Marquise Brown.
Check Twitter.
Could it be Sky Moore? I'm gonna go ahead and call my shot a little bit here. I bet they draft Sky Moore. They pissed off Lamar last night. They need a receiver.
Trade Lamar, draft Malik Willis.
Oof. This is the last spot that I would think Malik Willis conceivably goes where it's like you still feel okay about him, would be here to the Lions. After that, it's like falls significantly. He is already, I mean, he's a second-round pick, and he's maybe the last pick of the first round in Superflex leagues. But it has to happen now. It has to happen now. We're out of time as far as, like, is Malik Willis still a first-round pick in Superflex formats? We are at the edge of still that being a possibility.
I think is he still a top 8? I think if he goes anywhere in the second round, he's a first-round pick still in Superflex. But I mean, if he goes, does he go top 8? If he doesn't go here, if he doesn't go to the Lions or Washington, and he goes at the end of the second round.
Yeah. Wow.
That's huge.
Whole Ravens board is on the TV right
David
now.
Ojabo to the Ravens.
Is that correct?
So yeah, if Malik Willis falls to 26,
they're taking Ojabo.
If Malik Willis falls to 26 to the Atlanta Falcons at 26, I know you'd go crazy, Will, but he's still a first round pick.
Is Will from North Dakota? It might as well be. Might as well be.
And the Lions select
Matt
Corral.
So Ojabo goes over Nakobe Dean. What did you say about the Lions?
Select Matt Corral. Could you imagine
seen that?
No, man. Though, could you just? That would be insane.
I don't know. What would you do?
Nothing.
I don't know. Just be surprised.
Let it happen, because that's what.
Yeah, this is official. Ojabo is officially to the Ravens. Jaws, I feel like you had a comment a little while ago. Yeah, the move for a veteran quarterback is absolutely in play for Seattle. Baker Mayfield. That's the first. I mean, maybe like a Gardner Minshew. I got to think the Eagles would entertain offers for him.
Tyler Huntley.
Sure. Honestly, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that is his steal for the Ravens, and that's a Ravens pick going to David Ojabo.
That is a Ravens pick.
Yep.
I think Lions Washington. I think we see a quarterback here. I do. I think we see a quarterback here. I'm just saying. That's why I said a quarterback. That's why I said a quarterback. I don't know. A quarterback.
Yeah, what if Malik Willis just straight don't get drafted?
Man, the Ravens are good.
Undrafted free agent Malik Willis.
Can't invite.
That would be the most insane fall ever, from 102 to not being drafted.
Can't invite Malik Willis. That would be worse than the Spencer Rattler fall last year.
No, man. We're not predicting that at all.
Yo, the Ravens are just a damn good franchise, yo. I'm not a Ravens fan. I don't know if we have any Ravens fans in here. They're just every year they do things where it's like, that's smart. That's smart. That's smart. And the proof is in the pudding. They're a competitive team every single season. They just didn't make the playoffs this year because Lamar got hurt.
Yeah, they're the anti-Seahawks.
They're just rock solid. They're just rock solid. Sorry, Jaws. We're not trying to shit on the Seahawks. Keegan Michael Key is announcing the Lions pick.
Do you have anything on Twitter?
Don't. Did the feed catch up?
It's locked up. Joshua Pascal. The end. So Washington's on the clock here. And no, they're not.
Josh Pascal with the.
Yo.
They're not what? I don't know if you finished your thought.
No, Malik Willis just straight up isn't going to be drafted with his next picks. I don't think he goes to Washington.
Scroll? Can you scroll like slowly a little bit beyond Washington? Let's just let's look at the order a little bit here.
The Bears,
we got Chicago,
no.
We got New Orleans.
New Orleans.
The Bears, no.
Eagles, Steelers, Indianapolis. No, there's a bunch of teams that's no until you get to the Falcons. And I bet you they won't have to trade up. I bet you the Falcons could sit at 26 and pick up Malik Willis.
They probably don't even want to trade up at this point. They're just they're thinking to themselves, screw it, let's let this ride and see if it works out that way.
Yeah, they're gonna chill at 26. Wow.
Lions drafted someone I've never heard of. I'll be honest. I'm not sure who this guy is that the Lions just took. He's an edge rusher from Kentucky. Okay. The pick is in. Washington made that pick quickly.
What is it? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know. The Bears are on the clock at 48. Washington's pick is in, but I do not see what they are doing yet.
And the Bears are on the clock. The Bears could go Sky Moore.
Bears on
Mooney,
the clock.
Sky Moore.
Sure. Sure. The Commanders are drafting another guy who I have never heard of before.
Wow.
Is it Fidarian Mathis?
I've never heard of him. What position?
Fidarian Mathis. Defensive tackle. Oh, he's from Alabama. He's a defensive tackle from Alabama. I feel like I should know that name since he went to Alabama, but I don't. I apologize. Yeah, Fidarian Mathis. And if I'm saying that wrong, laugh at me and correct me. So Washington goes defensive tackle. Yeah. This is officially a free fall scenario for not just Malik Willis, but also Matt Corral. I can only imagine how far Desmond Ridder is going to fall. Is Carson Strong anything more than a 5th round pick? Does Bailey Zappi get drafted? I think it's fair to start asking questions.
That's the way it's going.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, at this point, I've been saying you go and get a quarterback in the top of the second round. At this point, if it's middle of the second round, you go and get that quarterback.
I'm getting a buffer on the chat again. Hopefully, there's no lag or any delay.
But
I see a bad connection for us. Sorry,
Yeah.
we have to. I guess we need to upgrade our equipment in some way. I promise I unplugged all of my stuff today and plugged it back in. Got all my updates done. It's frustrating. Close out a few windows. I don't know if that's going to matter at all, but
yeah, I just did the same thing.
Let's see if that helps.
Fidarian Mathis. Never, yeah, I don't know. Yo, Hunterell, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Do you have anything on the Bears right now? Do you have anything coming through?
I don't. True. And Marlon Mack was there in Indianapolis when they took Taylor. Be all right. Because Seattle wants to run the ball. For better or worse, they want to run the ball. I think Kenneth Walker's going to get a lot of good opportunities.
He's going to get a lot of opportunities.
Maybe they're not good opportunities, but they're going to get a lot. He's going to get a lot of opportunities.
He's going to be lesser Javonte Walker. What Javonte Walker was this past year, splitting work with Melvin Gordon. Kenneth Walker will be lesser Javonte. Yes, Javonte Williams. Sorry about that. But Alex, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? You seeing anything, Nick?
I don't. Not about what the Bears are doing here. What do we got?
We got another trade. What? Anything?
I don't see anything yet.
But Sky Moore, if he doesn't go to the Bears here, he could go to the Chiefs in 3 picks.
Poof. I would love that.
Yeah. And then maybe George Pickens.
I'm still refreshing Twitter, guys. I don't see.
At 21 for the Colts, and then they get their guy.
I'm not rooting against George Pickens. I think we got to wait till round 3
what was the news that came out today? I didn't hear the news that came out specifically today.
Something
I heard
about
the news a few days ago.
Something about an arrest of another player, and he was there when it happened. Something along those lines.
Okay, I see it.
The Bears are selecting Jaquan Brisker, the safety from Penn State.
Wow, yo, this draft is crazy. I mean, the first round had a ton of movement, all that stuff. But again, it was a little bit unsatisfying because we didn't see the dominoes that we were expecting to fall in any form or fashion. And that trend has continued to, occur here.
To happen.
Yeah, I mean, Christian Watson jumped a whole bunch of wide receivers that we didn't think he was going to be jumping. None of the quarterbacks have gone still. And we got both running backs out of the way to teams we weren't expecting to draft running backs.
I wonder if the Eagles draft Malik Willis.
And let him sit behind Jalen Hurts for a year. Technically go to the Saints here, too.
Could still go to the Saints.
How would you feel if the Eagles did that,
though? Weird, because it would almost feel like a pick as if they don't know what they're doing, because they acquired a 2023 first from the Saints in a move that appeared to look like a situation where they gave themselves flexibility to either ride with Hurts and hope he continues to develop, or draft a quarterback next year if they're not happy with him by this time next year. If they take one this year, that takes them out of the running next year when the quarterbacks are presumably better. So I would not be a fan.
Yeah, it would seem like they're kind of straddling the fence.
It would feel like a move like they don't know what they're doing, or they're in between it.
Yeah.
That being said, we've been saying all damn day, we thought Malik Willis was originally a top 15 pick. Now we're talking about it's the 50th pick. Sometimes value is difficult to pass up. Now, the perception of value for as it pertains to the quarterbacks in this draft is clearly significantly lower for the NFL teams than it was for anybody doing mock drafts.
Yep.
But at some point, you have
at
to
some point
acknowledge
they're gonna go
the quarterback prospects. At some point,
I mean, I truly think the firewall here is 26 with the Falcons. I do not think he makes it past 26 with the Falcons. Yeah. And if he does, then we're truly in free fall territory. But I think the Saints could pick him. There is a chance that, like you said, the Eagles see what happens there.
Yeah.
But then if not, the Falcons at 26.
I bet the Eagles are hoping Nakobe Dean falls to them. Real quick, with the Bears selecting safety Jaquan Brisker, and therefore I think they are done for the second round. They still have a third round pick, but damn, Darnell Mooney to the moon. Justin Fields' value, I would say, is down right now. The Bears are not addressing wide receiver.
Nope.
They passed on Sky Moore. They passed on Christian Watts. Darnell Mooney is going to get all the work he can handle. All the work he can handle.
Yeah, they got two cornerbacks in the second round then, or cornerback and safety. So the Bears addressed their secondary. What did they do? They didn't do anything in the first round, right? Because they didn't have picks in the first round.
Right.
So yeah, Darnell Mooney to the moon, Cole Kmet to the moon. David Montgomery is going to be used a whole lot in passing.
Khalil Herbert
passing down work for David Montgomery. Khalil Herbert, I think he might be
a little bit more
in the elite category of elite or just outside elite backup running backs. Right, handcuffs. Not even backup running backs, handcuffs.
Just a handcuff. Yeah, the usage could very well be there.
And does Bailey Zappi even get drafted? I mean, is Matt Corral now a third-round quarterback? It looks like it. Is Desmond Ridder a third-round quarterback? It looks like it. Is Carson Strong a fourth or fifth-round quarterback? It looks like it. Sam Howell maybe fourth or fifth round. Looks like it.
Sam Howell might be fourth. Yeah. Yep. I got to think at some point there's going to be a window where somebody's willing to trade up for one of these quarterbacks. And this could be a situation where one of these teams now on this stretch
26 with the Falcons.
Yep.
Because I think they can wait. He obviously hasn't gone. And you know what? Maybe teams are thinking, we like Desmond Ridder just as much as we like Malik Willis. So we'll let Malik Willis dictate the market for Desmond Ridder and basically never have to pull the trigger until somebody gets gets in over their head on Malik Willis, and then we draft the guy that we really like a little bit later than that. So Malik Willis really might not be as coveted as as we speculated that obviously as we speculated that he was going to be. But did you see the Steelers press conference after Pickett was drafted? You see Tomlin's face?
No.
Tomlin did not look happy. I think Tomlin really wanted Malik Willis. I think there was a struggle within that organization, and it showed all over Tomlin's face, dude. Tomlin was mad. Tomlin was like not talking, trying to keep it together, trying to smile for everybody, but you could tell.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Saints pick is in. Cornerback Alontae Taylor goes to the Saints. So they drafted defensive back. That clears the way for Kansas City to land either George Pickens or Sky Moore.
That's another plus in the Jameis Winston category right there.
Yup. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That is a plus for Olave. They didn't get another skill position player. That is a plus for Michael Thomas too. And it helps a defense that was pretty good last year.
A good defense adds some prospects. So There you go.
What did the Saints do in the first round?
Taylor Penning and Chris Olave.
Right. I knew they did something else
more
outside
help
of
for
Olave.
even
But
direct
Taylor
help for
Penning.
Jameis Winston.
yeah. Kansas City on the clock. Sky Moore?
Could be Sky Moore. Could be George Pickens. Could be.
Isaiah Spiller.
Please, God.
Yo, CEH 2.0.
Please, God, no.
CEH 2.0. Let's go.
Please, God, no.
He'd really be more Ronald Jones 2.0, but Jelani Woods.
Yo.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I originally thought Willis could go as
Malik
high
Willis
as 2. I
passing-
thought that would be a case with whatever the
Malik
top
Willis
quarterback
going
prospect.
Beyond
okay.
the 50th pick is insane.
Well, now Willis is going to go to Washington and steal Carson Wentz's job because that's not going to be very hard.
He's going to go to the Falcons.
Yeah, he's going to go to the Falcons.
Malik Willis to the Falcons, man. I'm calling it. 26.
There you go. There you go. Once the Eagles pick, I am going to go off camera for just a minute to feed the dog because dogs have no concept of time, and he's ready to eat. So
Once the Eagles pick, you said?
Well, after the Eagles pick, I will really quickly. It takes all of a minute to feed a dog. Just feed the dog, and I will jump right back in. Gives me an opportunity to get to the fridge and grab a drink. Steelers take both quarterbacks.
Yeah, that would be insane.
Yeah, they're going to run a triple option with all quarterbacks. Those two and Mason
RG3
Rudolph
and
on
Kirk
the field.
Cousins, that happened, but they were multiple rounds apart. I think that was a
did
first
happen.
round pick and a fourth round pick. Hunter, how you feeling about that Christian Watson pick? Are you appeased?
He
Are you
just
good
said
now?
he was like the Packers traded those picks for all these receivers to still be available.
Hey, they got their guy.
They got
Shows
Watson.
Some sort of conviction. So
They gave picks
You
to
gotta
the
feel happy
Vikings
with
to
that.
make it happen, but
yeah.
NFC North apparently is all buddy this offseason.
What do you think the Eagles do?
The Patriots are trading up.
Ooh, Malik Willis.
Patriots are trading
Nakobe
up.
Dean. Is this what
Rest
happens
in
here?
peace, Mac Jones. Here comes Malik. Well, I'm just kidding.
Nakobe Dean. Sky
It
Moore.
could be Nakobe Dean.
Could be George Pickens. George Pickens would be the Patriots pick. We have the Patriot
Patriots.
way. He'll work out here.
Yeah, we'll rehabilitate him.
Becomes a murderer. What? Aaron Hernandez? What?
Stop. You need to chill. You need to chill.
Sorry, that was the Bills fan in me, yo. That was the Bills fan in me.
You need to chill.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm not putting that on him.
Patriots might take him.
Nakobe Dean would be the pick, I would think. That's a Belichick pick.
Yeah, Patriots move up to pick 50. They trade with the Chiefs. The Chiefs clearly not that interested in adding a wide receiver super high. This bodes very well.
They're looking at it like they can wait.
They can wait.
The Eagles aren't trading for one. The Steelers probably go O-line. The Colts could need one, but the Chiefs are right behind them at 20 or 20 at 22. So
yeah. Patriots are on the clock. Don't take Nakobe Dean, man. I want the Eagles to get him.
what are you seeing?
Nothing yet. Come on, Patriots. Do something stupid.
Yo, Hunter, the Vikings are irrelevant, and we got the best wide receiver in the draft. You're so happy. Hey.
Hey, man,
Soak
if
it
you
in,
feel
bro.
better, that's all that
Soak it in.
matters. If you're happy about it, then enjoy it. Pick is in. Eagles are on the clock.
He has the highest athletic upside based on athletic build and athletic measurables.
Highest in the room?
Yes.
He's the highest in the room.
There you go.
Tyquan Thornton. Is that official, Hunter?
Kobe Dean to the Eagles.
Please, come on, man. Come on.
That would be pretty wild.
I would be very happy. Patriots are selecting wide receiver Tyquan Thornton.
If Nakobe Dean doesn't get picked up by the Eagles, I would bet that is the pick for the Steelers. That seems like a Steelers pick too, just like it seems like it would have been a Ravens pick as well, even though they went Mafe, right? Didn't they get Mafe?
Who?
No, that was
the Texans got him, right?
No,
or the
Brown
or
the
or the Seahawks. The Seahawks got him right with pick 40. Right. Tyquan Thornton to the Pats. So he jumps Sky Moore, jumps George Pickens. Man,
another unexciting move for the Patriots. They got slammed for that strange pick.
It was a strange pick.
Ha.
Got it.
Yeah, he was projected to go in the third round. Both of the guys they got, didn't they get two people in the first round?
Who, Seattle?
No, the Patriots.
Patriots got Strange and oh my gosh, you're making me look it up.
But yeah, all drafting through the trenches. They're not bringing in a lot of help for Mac Jones, which was on everybody's wish list.
No, it was just Cole Strange because they had the 21st pick and then they traded back. So they only made one pick and it was Strange. By the way, Tyquan Thornton, LaSalle product. Well, Philly shout out. Ran the 40. This Tyquan Thornton ran the 40 in 4.28. Ran the 100 meters in 10.5. That's fast as hell. Ran the 200 meters. No, Tyquan Thornton's a wide receiver.
Oh, all right.
Tyquan Thornton leapfrogs George Pickens and Sky Moore as far as draft capital.
Oh, that is such a no. All right, that was a wide receiver. That is such a Patriots pick. That is such a Patriots wide receiver pick.
Yeah.
That is such a Patriots wide receiver pick. That is crazy. I love it. Patriots suck. They can't draft a wide receiver to save their lives.
The Eagles just drafted Jason Kelsey's replacement, Cam Jurgens.
Okay.
Cam Jurgens. I think he's the center from Nebraska.
Okay. Needed. You get that guy, bring him in, let him sit behind Kelsey for a year, learn, and then when you draft your quarterback in 2023, you're off to the races with a young, good
you have
center.
A guy already in tow. Yep, he's the Jason Kelsey heir apparent.
Yep, there you go. You kick him out to right guard, and then he comes in and plays center as soon as next year.
Yep, could do that.
Right guard, left guard, whichever you need. I don't know on your where the weakness lies on your O-line, so. It's dead inside. How you feeling about it?
Yeah.
It's not exciting, but necessary.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's better than Tyquan Thornton trading up for Tyquan Thornton.
They should have taken Dean. They should have taken Dean. He's the better prospect. He's the better prospect.
I don't know anything about Tyquan Thornton. Let's see here.
They should have took Dean. They should have taken a defensive player. They badly need defense. The Eagles do. I'm never against getting offensive linemen, But
6'2", average backup or special teamer is what it says. Yeah, he's a size speed freak.
So there you go. I'm a little dead, Hunter.
Taekwon Underwood. Ugh.
Or Thornton.
At least you didn't make that pick, bro.
True. I mean, it's an offensive lineman. He comes from Nebraska. Remember I said yesterday.
You got A.J. Brown. You can't feel that dead inside, dude.
Nah, I know, but the Eagles need defense, man. They need defense badly. And Nakobe Dean was projected to go in like the top 20, and he's sitting at pick 50, and you pass. I mean, unless there's something that we all don't know that his injury recovery is worse than previously thought or something. I don't know. I'm not like totally crushed by it, but yeah, at least they did grab an offensive lineman, and again, center is going to be a need for them probably as soon as next year. I think Dean's the better prospect, and at this point, you don't reach for need. You take the best player.
If Dean falls to the Bills at 25, then he's just like the heir apparent to Trey Edmonds in the middle, and it allows the Bills to make that easy transition a year.
There it is.
What?
Steelers are selecting wide receiver George Pickens with the 52nd pick.
Ooh, all right. What's this mean for Chase Claypool?
Not great.
Right? I mean,
not great.
It doesn't affect Deontay Johnson at all, but that can't be good for Chase Claypool.
Not great. Yeah,
if he can get his head on straight, and with George Pickens right now, the Steelers know how to pick wide receivers.
Yes, they do.
George Pickens should be, if right around that 12th pick, 201 pick in drafts, George Pickens should be off the board. George Pickens, it's about as good of a landing spot you can have based off of just having faith in the organization that they picked a good wide receiver. Because the Steelers don't pick. Go for it. The Steelers don't pick bad wide receivers. They just don't. Historically, going back to Martavis Bryant, that was off the field concerns that took him off the field. Antonio Brown, obviously. Juju Smith-Schuster a few years ago. Yeah, they didn't quite hit on James Washington, but he was still always, I believe, an undervalued commodity as a wide receiver. They just always had superior wide receivers around him, so he was never able to stay on the field. But that, again, speaks to the Steelers' ability to pick out and identify these wide receivers and draft them and develop them. Chase Claypool hasn't developed like we wanted to see from him after his rookie season, which I believe ultimately led to this George Pickens pick. But, I mean, Deontay Johnson, they identified him, and now look at him. He was wide receiver 8 last year in the majority of formats. They got a great offense now around Kenny Pickett. I think this is a good move for if you believe in Kenny Pickett. If you end up getting Kenny Pickett on your teams, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, and George Pickens as a top 3 with what's his name? Pat Freiermuth at tight end and Najee Harris at running back. That's a great offense. Now, they still need to address their O-line. They haven't done anything to address their O-line. They're kind of pulling a Bengals move here a little bit in letting their young offense rock and roll with the punches of not having a good O-line in front of them while they're trying to march down the field on a play-to-play basis. But this pick bodes well for Kenny Pickett. It does detract a little bit from Chase Claypool. Doesn't do a lot to Deontay Johnson. And this is a vote of confidence for the fantasy community the fantasy community should put a vote of confidence in George Pickens' favor despite the off-the-field issues, because immaculate landing spot. Got to have faith they picked a good guy. So I would at one point in time, it was George Pickens is probably going to get drafted at 111, 112. And then as soon as, 30 minutes ago, it was George Pickens might be falling to the 102, 103, or 202, 203, 204, 205. Now he's right back into right around the turn in terms of the conversation. Oh, yo, and Alec Pierce goes 53 to the Colts. What? What? Okay. Was not expecting Alec Pierce to go this high. Alec Pierce. The fall for Sky Moore continues.
I'm back, and yes,
Alec
it does.
Pierce went to the Colts, bro.
Went to the Colts. Hey,
that's what the chat is saying.
Stock up for Alec Pierce then, and I'll confirm that shortly here. Man,
Alec Pierce 4.41 speed.
This
6'3",
is ironic.
208 pounds. I mean, he's
Chase Claypool announced the Steelers pick for Pickens. Oh, the irony.
The irony. But the one thing about Alec Pierce is he never had more than 884 yards in college. He was not a super producer in college. He just has the profile and the build of a wide receiver that teams covet. But he is a lot of projection. He is a lot of extrapolating athletic ability. He does not have the production profile of a lot of these other wide receivers, especially at Sky Moore. So, interesting pick. I still don't know that if this is enough for me to be in on him. I don't love Alec Pierce as a prospect. I know a lot of people do. But he deserves to be picked somewhere in the second round now of rookie
absolutely.
drafts. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe the top half.
Yeah. It really depends on these quarterbacks. If these quarterbacks continue to fall, then yeah, Alec Pierce might be a wide receiver that you draft ahead of these quarterbacks. This is really interesting. This is unfolding in a way that I did not think it was going to.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs are back on the clock.
Did they trade up or
The Chiefs
this is where they traded?
This is where they traded back.
Down too.
Yeah. And the Cardinals are on the clock. Chiefs take Sky Moore.
Could be.
Oh, yo, Sky Moore to the moon too. Sky Moore and Christian Watson to the moon. Sky Moore
and it's
and Christian
official.
Watson
It's official.
In the first round for
it's
sure.
It's official.
Wow.
It's official. Kansas City Chiefs are drafting Sky Moore.
Okay, then.
It's official. Aaron Wilson, Pro Football Network. Kansas City Chiefs draft Western Michigan wide receiver Sky Moore. We're back, baby.
All right.
We're back. He's a first
Sky
round
Moore
pick.
and Christian Watson go in the first round, right? So
Yes.
now we got a scenario where it's Breece Hall 101, one of Jamison Williams,
Yes.
Garrett Wilson, or Treylon Burks 2, 3, and 4. Olave and Drake London 5 and 6. Maybe Kenneth Walker 7.
I got Kenneth Walker higher than you do. But yeah, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Well, then we're talking about 108, 109 for Jahan Dotson, Christian Watson, and Sky Moore now. And I could see it going 108
And Pickens.
Christian Watson.
Pickens is in there
109 Sky Moore. 110 Pickens.
I think I'd take Pickens over Sky Moore because of the landing spot. You just had a whole accurate what's the word? Stretch of talking about how the Steelers are a good landing spot for wide receivers and how they develop them well.
Yeah.
George Pickens is that to me. That automatically translates to George Pickens is going to be really good. I think I might put. I don't want to get caught too far down the landing spot trap, but I think George Pickens is an easy top 10 pick now.
Yeah.
In rookie drafts.
These wide receivers are going to
Easy
go
top
quick,
10.
man. Because then it's Christian Watson, Green Bay.
I would take Walker over him. Yeah, I think I might.
And then it's got to be Jahan Dotson,
I think I would
Sky
still go
Moore at
Watson.
110.
I would think I would go Watson I think I would go Watson over Pickens because the difference is, at least for the next couple of years, Watson's going to catch passes from Aaron Rodgers. Pickens is going to catch passes from Kenny Pickett. No disrespect to Kenny Pickett, but we all know there's a difference.
The Cards
there.
take T.E. Trey McBride, so there's their Zach Ertz insurance. Good to get him off the board there. That's a decent pick. That's a decent pick. Keep it offense to keep Kyler Murray happy. But let's get back to this rankings discussion. So yeah, Breece Hall, Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, all within the first 4 picks. Then Drake London, Olave, 5, 6, somewhere around there. Kenneth Walker, 7, somewhere around there. That's another tier for me. And then that third tier is 108 in Superflex. It starts with Christian Watson, George Pickens, Jahan Dotson, Sky Moore.
Yep.
And then honestly, at 112, I believe we're now contemplating quarterback. We're now contemplating Malik Willis at 112.
And I'm
and
not
that's subject
even,
to change.
At this point,
that could continue to fall.
At this point, I'm not
at
sure I'm willing to do
you
that.
could go Alec Pierce if you wanted to.
I think Willis.
You could.
Yeah, you could.
I don't think
I would.
There, if somebody's being stupid, but
True.
Yeah, I mean seriously. But these wide receivers, man, they're gonna go early.
Pickens, Dotson, Watson, Moore, Mechie.
At least if our
I'll say this
rankings
right
are
now.
anywhere close to ADP.
We forgot about Mechie. I'm drafting Mechie over Malik Willis.
What was Mechie? Where did he go? The Texans,
Houston.
Right?
I think they traded
so
up
you would
to
go,
get him too.
You would go Mechie 112 over Malik Willis?
How can you not? Right now. Malik Willis needs to be taken right now. Like, right effing now, within the next 10 picks, or let's say by the Falcons pick, for me to even consider it. Then I would consider. If it's literally the Falcons or a team where it's like, yes, they very clearly have a path to him being able to play right away, sure. But at this point, he could go anywhere. He has fallen far enough where he could go to a team that we have not talked about because they're not QB needy, but at some point value becomes too good to pass up. And if that happens, there's no question I'm taking John Mechie over him.
Trey McBride to the Cards. I mean,
I
that's going to be great.
McBride
That's going to be great for next year.
It's good long term. Kyler Murray, another weapon.
That's going to be great for next year.
Kyler Murray stays. They keep adding weapons for Kyler Murray.
Absolutely.
Doing what they have to keep him happy.
But I was not expecting all of these wide receivers to, now be up this high in a Superflex draft. Literally, Superflex, you always see a quarterback go in the first round in Superflex. Now, does Kenny Pickett get drafted ahead of any of these guys for you, realistically? We haven't said no. We've said no Malik Willis, but Kenny Pickett got top 20 draft capital.
Right. He's a first round pick in Superflex.
So he's got to go ahead for me. He's got to go ahead of John Mechie. He's got to go ahead of.
Moore.
Well, I think that's it. Would you rather have Sky Moore on the Chiefs for the next 4 seasons? Would you rather have Christian Watson on the Green Bay for the next 4 seasons? Depending on what your outlook is for Kenny Pickett, I believe so. Would you rather have George Pickens on the Steelers or Kenny Pickett on the Steelers? In Superflex, knowing their track record with wide receivers specifically, that makes makes the decision even harder for Pickens v. Pickett.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Cardinals.
I don't know about I don't know. Pickett I think is we'll have to dissect this.
Nakobe Dean seems like he could be like he could be the pick for the Bills or the Cowboys here. And then Malik Willis 26. Let's go. because we got Trey McBride to the Cardinals, so it's not showing up on my screen as that, but it'll come in soon enough.
Yep.
Trey McBride, there it is.
Yep.
The pick is in for the
official.
Cowboys. Do you know anything about what the Cowboys are doing here? Are they going to Kobe Dean?
They could go wide receiver. They could go like a David Bell type.
Yeah.
They like what, or Justin Ross, Jalen Tolbert. They could go. They like wide receivers. They traded Amari Cooper. If they don't here, big stock up for Michael Gallup. Well, CeeDee Lamb.
Shakir. I feel like it's a little too early for those guys. Calvin Austin maybe.
Shakir might be a little too early.
Calvin Austin maybe just because it would bring in a different dimension that they don't have at wide receiver. I could see them doing something like that.
They could.
Isaiah Spiller, trade Zeke. Wish list.
Triple option with Zeke, Spiller, and Pollard.
Wow. Yeah, this second round, this run on wide receivers here in this second round has been pretty insane. I guarantee you, Christian Watson and Sky Moore, we see them drafted inside the top 8 in some mocks. Cowboys select D.E. Sam Williams. All right, Bills on the clock. Let's go. Let's go. Just don't let it be Isaiah Spiller, and you'll be fine.
What happens? What is your initial reaction if they do that?
No comment. They're not going to do it. I'm not putting it into the universe. But Malik Willis to the Falcons. I'm calling it. Malik Willis to the Falcons.
You're calling it now.
Kobe Dean to the Bills. It makes too much sense to get that heir apparent for Trey Edmonds. It just does. He fell this far.
How old is Trey Edmonds?
Trey Edmonds is young, but the Bills don't want to keep him.
What makes you say that?
Because they signed pretty much everybody else. They re-signed and extended Josh Allen. They re-signed and extended Matt Milano at linebacker on the defense. They re-signed and extended.
He's 23.
Yeah, but I think the smart thing to do would be to trade him. But they just don't have the money to extend him. And he's not a superstar. Those are the issues with Trey Edmonds. He's good, but bad news. Embiid out indefinitely with an orbital fracture. Sorry, man.
I saw that.
Yeah.
But that's not the conversation we're having here tonight. We're talking. We're talking.
Do you have
football.
Do you have any insight? What the Bills are doing? Do you see it?
No.
They addressed cornerback. I don't think running back is a huge need. I would be. I mean, yeah, they could go Calvin Austin and again get the speed that they don't have on offense right now. They let go of Emmanuel Sanders and Cole Beasley, and they brought in Jamison Crowder, and that's great. But Gabe Davis isn't a burner.
No, he's not.
Josh Allen did well when they had a. Oh, the Buccaneers are on the clock. The Bills traded back.
There's a trade.
The Buccaneers are on the clock. What do you see?
I don't see anything. Come on, Twitter. Be better.
Buffalo traded back 4 spots. 3 spots. 4 spots. Okay. I guess they didn't want either that or the Buccaneers see somebody.
There must be
Calvin Austin still on the board.
There must be some concern about Dean. But the fact, is it because he's small or his arms aren't as long? Like, come on.
I don't know. All I know is I'm ready to get into the 3rd round here to see some of these quarterbacks fall. I'm ready to get to the point where these quarterbacks start to fall. This is getting a little bit ridiculous here.
You got to think. The pick is in for the Bucs, but I don't see what it is just yet.
Malik Willis.
The Bills, sorry, some trade details. I don't know if you had it already. They moved back from 57 to pick 60. You can see that on the clock there right now. They also pick up number 180, pick number 180.
Which is
the move. That's
rounder?
a sixth-round
Sixth
pick.
Rounder. Okay.
So
they'd use the
they moved
fourth
back
rounder
3 spots.
to move up in the first round, and they get a sixth rounder to move back in the second. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this first round. This first round is pushing all of the talent really in this draft and rookie drafts into the first round. If you have even the 102, or the 201, 202, you're probably going to miss out on even Pickens, Christian Watson, Sky Moore. I mean, you might be looking at John Mechie or one of these quarterbacks or one of these running backs that hasn't gotten drafted yet. It's really going to get ugly early in rookie drafts. It's mad interesting.
Yeah.
You see anything?
Nothing yet. Oh, guard Luke. Oh, actually, and Hunter had it. He's an offensive lineman. Luke Godecki, or he's a guard from Central Michigan. I'm definitely butchering that name.
Okay, so they go O-line again.
Makes sense,
like
which we talked about earlier.
Earlier.
They lost Ali Marpet to
and
retirement.
Some other person. Do we know who that is yet?
I'm just gonna look this up right now.
But in rookie drafts, man, this is gonna be a RB and running back laden second round. Cause I mean, I got the board up right now in a 12-team league. Brees Hall, Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, Drake London, Chris Olave, Kenneth Walker, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Sky Moore, Kenny Pickett, John Mechie, and then you're at the 201. And it's everybody that hasn't been drafted yet. You're looking at maybe Trey McBride there, which just feels nasty to me.
Yeah. Oof. Maybe they didn't lose. Oh, Alex Kappa was their starting right guard. He went to the Bengals. That's right. So they lost Alex Kappa and Ali Marpet. So they needed they needed offensive line help. They addressed it here.
And the Falcons are on the clock.
Falcons are on the clock.
Malik Willis watch.
Let's see if they take Malik here. Yep.
The pick is in. The Vikings are.
Yeah, Hunter Raymond is still on the board.
The pick is
still
in.
out there.
Atlanta Falcons.
That was quick. That was quick.
Oh man, my heart is pounding, man. I want it to happen now. I'm sick of waiting. Like, we're already 3 hours in. But pick is in for Atlanta. On the clock are the Minnesota Vikings, and then the Bills are next after that, after their trade down. Do you see anything? Troy Anderson, linebacker, goes to Atlanta.
Troy Anderson from Atlanta.
Wow, yo, the fall will just continue. He's not going to get picked in the first round. Malik Willis is in the second round. Malik Willis,
I guess I had
third round pick.
No, he's a second round pick at best.
No, he's not. I would bet you. Excuse me, because it's 27 Minnesota, 28 Bills, 29.
No. He's a second round. He's a second round rookie pick in super flex leagues.
Oh,
at
yes,
best.
yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. It's getting to the we'll see what happens. He'll obviously land in a situation where eventually he'll get his chance, or he'll get a chance, we assume. But also, we're getting to a point now where it's not out of the realm of possibility he becomes somebody to completely avoid.
Kellen Mond was drafted in the beginning of the 3rd round. Davis Mills was drafted in the beginning of the 3rd round. And Kyle Trask was drafted in the beginning of the 3rd round. So if that's the draft capital that they're giving to a Desmond Ridder, to a Malik Willis, to a Sam Howell, to a Matt Corral, at best, if that's the at best situation, I would expect one of these guys to come out and be at least a 2 to 3 year starter. Because that was what the ratio was last year. It was one. Davis Mills came out of that group and is a 1.5 year starter, possibly, if he makes it to the end of this season. And nobody looked at him coming out and thought he was going to be the productive one. Kyle Trask doesn't look like he's going to get a shot. Kellen Mond, I don't know if he's ever going to get a shot because he's not going to get the endorsement of the team that he plays on. So these quarterbacks are now, instead of being, these guys are probably going to be QB2s, not very great. Now it's like these guys are probably going to be backups, and maybe one of them steps in and gets a lucky, a lucky chance at starting, and then runs away with the job. And I put runs away in quotations. So this rookie class completely turned on its head in the 2nd round, not even in the 1st round. And it's wide receivers rising, quarterbacks falling.
Yep.
But it's interesting too now, we've now hit the wide receiver cliff, for me at least. Calvin Austin, that still needs to fall. But outside of that, there's a tier, and now we're talking about David Bell. Now we're talking about Justin Ross, like you said earlier. Now we're talking about Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir, Bo Melton, Romeo Doubs, and just it's another tier of wide receiver. So we might not see wide receiver happen for a little bit here. Still hard to believe Nakobe Dean hasn't been drafted.
He's got the injury.
You see anything on the Vikings? You see who the Vikings are drafting? The Vikings select Ed Ingram O-line. So the Bills are back on the board at 28.
Bills are on the clock. Nakobe Dean?
Yeah, again, it would be the smart move. There's not a skill position player that I'm thinking is a difference maker here. Maybe Ryman. Hunter, you say Ryman is still not picked yet? Yep. Maybe Ryman's the pick for the Bills.
Could be there. Yep. Could be there.
But I think they continue to build through the trenches, or at least linebacker. I think it's linebacker or O-line is the pick here. Spiller, no. One of these other running backs, no. No wide receivers currently on the board are thought of to be super special talents.
Keeping an eye on Twitter.
Yeah, I can't believe Malik Willis. 3rd round pick.
Pretty
Malik
wild.
Willis.
And Nakobe Dean. Maybe Willis more so, but Nakobe Dean as well.
Well, from a fantasy perspective, we are a fantasy channel. More people are going to be affected by the Willis fall than the Nakobe Dean fall, unless they're in a IDP league and stuff like that. But
which we have gotten questions about before.
Yeah.
And we were like, do this? Good luck.
This draft. We said it a few months ago on a live stream. We said, look at what happened last year. We all loved some of these wide receivers coming out. Last year, they went to bad landing spots, and we were less excited about them. We had Terrace Marshall go to the Panthers. We weren't as excited. We had Rashad Bateman go to the Ravens. We weren't as excited at that landing spot at that time. It wasn't the most exciting landing spot. It made us kind of hold our expectations in check with respect to some of these players. With a guy like Rondale Moore, we got super excited about his landing spot. It was overhyped a little bit with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Elijah Moore. We tempered our expectations a little bit for the landing spot. We didn't like it as much. The same thing is happening in this draft right before our eyes. We're seeing some guys get pushed up, some guys get kind of stagnated, and some guys get pushed down. And it looks like it's going to be one of the heaviest wide receiver early drafts for rookie drafts in recent memory. Some of these guys are going to bust.
The Bills are trading out again.
Are they? All right. With who?
The Bengals are on the clock.
So the Bills trade down to 31. All right, just keep picking
Bills
up those.
trade down again.
Do you know what the return was?
Not yet, but yeah, they're probably just picking up 5th and 6th round picks at this point.
Okay.
Just picking up as much capital
as
possible.
If the Bills brass think that there's a teardrop that's coming, but they can continue to skate along and just let other teams come in ahead of them while the tier whittles down to a point where this is the last person we have as a second round draft and go from there. I think that's the smart way to do it. But
according to a 49ers according to a 49ers beat reporter here, the Bengals specifically traded up knowing that whoever they're about to take, San Francisco, wanted. For whatever that's worth. So the Bengals successfully leapfrogged the 49ers for whomever both teams covet.
Who dat?
We're about to find out.
When do compensatory picks start? Is that tomorrow or later on today? Taylor Britt, cornerback to the Bengals.
Okay. And that makes sense. The 49ers did need secondary help. They were getting absolutely torched in the second half of the season last year. Compensatory picks, I believe, they can begin as soon as after the 3rd round. A lot of them are in the 4th and 5th.
All right, so the pick is in. We already know what it is for the Bengals. It's Taylor Britt. Thanks for throwing that in there, Hunter.
Hunter.
The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock.
Feel free to feed the chat with if whoever's got the fastest updates. I mean, I'm checking Twitter. Unfortunately, my stream is it's just that. It's a stream, so it's a little delayed compared to a cable broadcast. All that good stuff. So, yeah, whoever's got the call, feel free to make it. Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. I know there's some dead air going on here where I'm just
we're kind of
taking in this round and taking a little bit of a breather because we have been going live for 2.5 hours now, and we've probably got another 2.5 to 3 hours ahead of us, considering we got a whole nother round ahead of us.
I wouldn't say 3. The picks are going to start coming in a little. As the draft progresses, the picks come in sooner.
Yeah.
But 2 hours is probably a fair estimate. So yeah, if anybody needs to, if you need to stretch your legs, right? We are coming up to the end of the second round here. Good opportunity to do that if you need to. Grab another drink, grab whatever else you need. Food, whatever, snacks. Do what you got to do.
It looks like we got 7 people in here with us. Thanks for chilling with us today. We appreciate it. Makes it a little bit more enjoyable for us when y'all are in here, especially when you're in the chat, throwing things in the chat. Hunter, we appreciate you. Alex, we appreciate you. Iron, as always. Iron, you say Sky 101. That's funny. I would I mean, he's definitely in the first round. Definitely I think he can be picked as early as 110. Even 19, 108. I mean, really. Will, are you still in here? Are you mad that they passed on Malik Willis?
He's mad, yeah.
Is he?
No, I don't know. The Bills now have 4 picks in the 6th round. So you guys are going to be doing some damage in those 180s.
Hey, it keeps me entertained. I like it.
Yeah, young guys to check in on.
Why isn't Kobe Dean still here? There must be something on here, on him.
Yeah.
There must be some sort of red flag, or maybe
Something
there's a
must be
picture of him
going on.
that got leaked where he's smoking weed in a gas mask, like Jeremy
Out of a
Tunsil.
gas mask.
Like, I don't know, something.
I hope not. I want him
Maybe
to
he's
get drafted.
too good of friends with Malik Willis, so they're just blackballing him.
It's going down a path I don't want to travel to. I do not know what's going on with him, though. He should have been gone by now.
Is he viewed as one-dimensional? Like,
He's like a tweener. He's not quite
Okay.
big enough, you know. He's like, that's the thing. Is he an edge rusher, but he needs to convert to linebacker, or should
so
he
he's
like
more in
where
the
should he
Jabril
play?
Peppers mold.
I guess so. The arms are short for a linebacker, like all these measurable type of
So
things.
throw
But
him in at safety and let him rock. Let him cook.
I think he can play linebacker. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe like strong safety.
Nichols, strong safety, something
Some
like
type
that.
of weird hybrid, but like you can find a spot on the defense for
Niners
a player of
select
his caliber.
Drake Jackson, DE. So Kansas City is on the board, and Kobe Dean is still there.
Yeah, Drake Jackson for the 49ers. First pick for the 49ers this year, as obviously they gave up multiple firsts to acquire Trey Lance last year. And we're rounding out the 2nd round with Kansas City, the Bills, until they trade for 2 more 6th-round picks. And
Hey,
the
gotta catch
Broncos.
them all. I love it.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta catch them all. Little cutaway showing a replay of Breece Hall putting on a Jets hat, walking to the podium.
And yo, you guys, after the first round, I believe we are gonna take a 5-minute break here. So our 5-minute countdown screen will come on screen, just to give us a sec to step away, get some water, run to the restroom, or do whatever we need to do. I know you got a dog to take care of, and then we'll be right back for this round 3, and we will be with you the entire round.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Are we doing
do
this
wanna-
now, or were we waiting
No.
until
I wanna wait until the
Okay, so
the-
we
the
might miss
round
the
is
first.
over.
We might miss the first couple picks of the 3rd round then, but we can still. The chat will be open.
I mean, you wanna do run the 5 minutes at the Broncos pick at 32.
sure.
Let them rock, and then we'll come
let
back.
your Bills let your Bills pick, and then
Yeah.
go ahead and put the 5-minute slate in. That will count as like an intermission here. The chat will still be open. Happy to continue to use that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, actually, that's a good call. Just a good opportunity for us to stretch your legs, get a drink.
And it gives y'all the opportunity too, if y'all are really paying attention to us like that. We appreciate it. But yeah, there you go, Iron.
Yeah, you already know.
That
Freshen up for the 3rd round.
4:30 a.m. shower.
He's trying to see his countrymen get drafted, so you
See,
already know.
Respect. Sandro Platzgummer, man, I remember.
We already know.
Hey, I have a favorite international pathway program player on my team too. I lived in Chile for 2 years, and I have Sammy Reyes on one of my dynasty teams because he comes from Chile.
There you
so
go.
I got that same kind of connection too, man.
I cannot relate, but I'm happy.
But you
about
got all-American players on your squad, so you
it.
can
yeah,
relate.
that's the only thing I have in
You
common
can
with
relate.
these guys. These guys are a lot bigger than I am. All of them. But yes, we do have that in common.
Hey, Evan McPherson.
I love Evan McPherson. The only cool kicker. Justin Tucker's cool. Evan McPherson's better.
Oh, Justin Tucker's just good, but Evan McPherson is the only.
No,
cool.
I'm being
No,
facetious.
and Marquez King is the only cool punter. Like it's okay. Is he still in the league?
No, but he should be.
He was cool for a hot sec.
Yeah, he was cool for a hot second. Not seeing anything about the Chiefs pick just yet. But
Yeah, hit refresh again, bro.
I'm working on it.
Do
the
it.
The pick is not yet in. There are some whispers and rumblings that Baker Mayfield will, in fact, end up in Carolina. Which makes a lot of sense. Which makes a lot of sense. The Panthers don't have a whole lot of draft capital. I don't think they pick again until the 5th round. Well, hell, maybe they get Malik Willis at that point. That being said, they don't have a ton of draft capital. So,
pick is in for KC. On the clock are the Bills.
Makes sense. Am I like behind on? Did my feed suddenly end up behind?
I don't know. Let's hope the internet hasn't been cutting in and out again for us here. I haven't seen any alerts on Zoom or on Streamlabs, so I think we're all right.
I think we're okay.
I'm telling you, man, I did everything. I cleaned everything.
No, it's not.
I
don't doubt it.
I disconnected a module inside of the computer that might have been interfering with the Bluetooth just to see if that would fix anything.
I mean, I unplugged everything. I've rebooted, or I got my update. That took like 45 minutes of my morning.
The Chiefs selected Brian Cook, safeties, and the Kobe Dean still there.
Still falls. Brian Cook.
All right, let's see what the Bills do here on the clock. And then once we get that pick in, we will be hitting that 5-minute pause button, but we will be back in 5 minutes. So keep us on your screens, and we will be back momentarily. We just want to see how this domino falls for the Bills here.
Gotta see how Buffalo essentially finishes off the 2nd round.
With 8 more 6th-round picks.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Bills trading pick 63 for 6th-round pick in the next 3 drafts.
Love it.
Seem to love those 6th-round picks.
Billy Bean. I love those 3rd-round picks in dynasty rookie drafts.
Yeah.
I love any pick in a dynasty rookie draft.
You like a pick if it's a pick. You don't care where it is. You don't care what year it is.
Is that pick a pick?
Is that a pick?
I'm in. What do we gotta do to acquire that pick?
Sorry, boys. I got to cancel my plans for the night. I got to acquire some picks.
Hey, I have done that before. Don't lie.
Are we going out tonight? No. Sorry, man. I got homework to do.
What, the Bills select us? Don't stop doing that, Hunter. Stop doing that, Hunter. Are you serious?
He has been to this point. Well,
no, he said that before, though. He messed with me. He said that before.
My feed must be
What's happening?
I must be slow. I'm slowing down. I don't know what's going on with my Twitter, but I am not getting updates.
The pick is in. The pick is in. Do you see anything?
Was last night.
Do you see anything? The pick is in.
I'm looking.
Come on, man. Come on, dude.
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
I really don't want Isaiah Spiller.
Go on to my homepage.
It would feel like a wasted pick. The only good thing it would do would be it would push some of these wide receivers down, because I'm pretty sure if he got picked in the 2nd round to the Bills, he would go in the 1st round of rookie drafts.
Just might.
But Hunter, be real with me, man. What happened? Do you see anything?
I don't see anything. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. What happened? I don't know why I'm so much slower. They actually select James Cook?
What?
For real? This what he says this time is for real. I don't. Yeah, Hunter's on it.
Okay.
Bills, yep, it's official. Official.
All right.
Bills are selecting running back James Cook with the 63rd pick.
All right.
Hey.
All right. Well, we will be back in 5 minutes to talk about.
We will talk about this at length after the break.
Yes, this is exciting. I'm glad it's James Cook and not Isaiah Spiller.
This is
Awesome.
outstanding.
Awesome. All right, we will be back in 5 minutes, y'all.
We will talk about this after the break. Appreciate everyone's patience.
All right, thanks for giving us that break. Hopefully we're not glitching out. I'm seeing now we've had 14 glitches on the screen here. That's not what we want. We'll continue to try to make the
14.
experience better for you guys. Maybe I just need a wired connection here because right now I'm going off of Wi-Fi. Maybe I just need to find a way to be directly plugged into the router. I don't know. We'll see. Regardless, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock here, but we need to dissect this James Cook news. Yes, the Broncos got Nick Bonito at edge at 32, so cool for them. Nakobe Dean goes into the third round here. He still will be there in the third round. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the pick for the Jags in the third round. I believe they pick first. I believe it is the Jags in the third round. But James Cook is going to the Buffalo Bills. He is the best receiving back prospect in this year's draft. We thought it was Kyron Williams. It wasn't. It was James Cook. Obviously, he has NFL bloodlines. His brother is Dalvin Cook. He is not built like Dalvin Cook, but I remember hearing a story on him where he had gained around 10 to 15 pounds from college till the combine, so he has the body type and the frame to be able to add muscle. He just might not be the most stout NFL level rusher as soon as he comes in, but he won't need to be, especially if he is a passing down pretty much primarily back early in his career. I mean, we could be looking at a Nyheim Hines plus. We could be looking at a James White level prospect here. But I say that because James White, I mean, we've compared prospects to James White, but what James White had was a Hall of Fame level quarterback who involved him in the game plan weekly. And we can't say Hall of Fame level yet, but as close as you can get in this current era of quarterbacks.
The trajectory
it's
is
Josh
looking
Allen.
good. The trajectory is looking good.
Yeah, and he's going to be the passing down option for Josh Allen for the next 4 years. And they identified a passing down specialist with the guy, and he's a guy who has the ability to put on muscle and become eventually a workhorse down the road. I really like this move. It allows you continue to utilize Devin Singletary and keep James Cook fresh. You can be multiple with your running backs and use them a little bit more like the Patriots have used them to success while keeping the cost down at running back and not having to pay a huge contract to a running back, because I think that comes into play here too. They're not going to have to shell out a huge contract to Breece Hall 4 years down the road. If they want to hold on to James Cook down the road, they can for a smaller amount of money. If they want to hold on to Devin Singletary down the road, they can, and it will be for a smaller cap figure, all told, than going after one of these highly coveted first round, early second round do-it-all backs. They think they can achieve everything they need to with a committee. And hey, I like the move and I like the prospect. We've been on James Cook for a while. What are your thoughts? I've been kind of rambling for a little bit, but what are your thoughts?
That's fine. I mean, just looking up a couple of things here.
Jags take Luke Fortner. Vikings select Brian Asamoah.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Willis continues to fall.
So Zach Moss, 23 catches last year. Matt Breida chipped in with 7 catches last year. I mean, the threshold for receiving backs is like, can you get 40 catches a year? As a rookie in an offense like the Bills, if James Cook is able to accumulate, now I added 10 to their total. Maybe I'll be a little bit more realistic and just add 5, let's say. But if James Cook can catch 35 passes on the season, basically absorb the workload from Zach Moss and Matt Breida. I didn't even see whatever Duke Johnson gave. Did Duke Johnson play for the Duke
No.
Johnson didn't play for the Bills. Not it was Matt Breida.
Yeah.
Or Duke Johnson's on the team now. Is that correct?
Yes. Duke Johnson was just signed this past offseason.
Okay. So yeah, could be a cut. The point is, the Bills' second and third running backs last year accumulated 30 catches. Devin Singletary also had 40 in his own right, by the way. So let's say he siphons a couple from Devin Singletary. If James Cook has, clears that 35 catch bar, he could be an RB3 next year, like this year in 2022.
Yeah, he's 5'11". He's 199 pounds right now. He has 8th percentile BMI. That's not great. But if he can even bulk up to like 210 in 2 years, I mean, then I think he can survive the wear and tear of even playing 2 downs in the NFL on a drive to drive basis. And I say that maybe second down, third down back. He can be a third down back plus.
The 12th round of like redraft, or sorry, maybe more best ball. Redraft, the 12th round ish. If that's like where around his ADP settles, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah,
sign me up. I'll take the Bills RB2, who has been drafted to be basically whatever the third down running back role turns out to be in the Bills offense. Obviously, Josh Allen is still the Bills' best quarterback and running back. He's both of those
Now,
things.
the one thing I do have to say is I can't remember a running back having as low a BMI as him. And I do believe that matters somewhat. I mean, I'm thinking... I mean, Demetric Felton is more stout than him. He's very slight of build, and I know we're projecting with the amount of weight that he can put on, but he is very slight of build.
Mm-hmm. Which that can be adjusted. That can be
adjusted, but that can eventually hurt you if you can't break through that threshold. That can hurt you. And an 8th percentile BMI,
not great.
You got to be really good at everything else to see the field for significant snaps, and he has that in spades in the receiving part of the game, and he will be utilized. It's just I worry about a player that slight of build and how many chances he's going to be getting on game days weekly.
College Dominator score is not very high. Yards per carry was okay. Target share was okay. He runs a 4.4. I mean, that's elite. So he does have one elite quality. That's in the 95th percentile.
Dontrell Hilliard has a 12th percentile BMI at 5'11". I'm not saying he's Dontrell Hilliard, but he could be. I mean, I don't know. It's just I'm trying to find size comparisons at running back for him, and it's hard.
Well, then let me ask you this. This is kind of like a reverse. Thought process. Would you? Let's take redraft for a second. Would you take a dirt cheap, probably going to be completely free, Zach Moss then in that situation? Who will go undrafted in nearly every scenario now?
As opposed to where can you draft? Where would you expect James Cook to be drafted? What do you think his
round.
New ADP is? 12th round?
Say like 120-ish, somewhere around there.
Honestly, I would be looking to just stay away from this running back core altogether now.
Okay.
I got a little hype there, and I was asking myself, does he get drafted around the 202 now in rookie drafts? I think he might, but I don't think he should be. I think that he.
In?
Huh?
You're reeling yourself in a little bit?
I think this just muddies the waters here, and then it's really going to be hard to find a clear-cut, usable back on a week-to-week basis. We saw Devin Singletary achieve that when they weren't using Breida and weren't using Moss. Period. It's not. I'm not saying they're gonna start using Moss, but they're gonna use James Cook, and that scares me because that takes away the workhorse role, and I put that lightly because you have Josh Allen running the ball every fourth play too, and on the goal line every other play, which again lessens the value for these running backs. So if we're talking about a running back group that isn't going to get a lot of shot at touchdowns, and then it's diluted in between the guys that will run it and the guy that's going to catch the passes, then I don't want either of them. Because, and then Zach Moss is waiting in the wings. If he finds the favor of the coaching staff again, he'll start to get run, because he was a third-round running back just 2 seasons ago by this very same regime, so they like him somewhat. Then you're in a 3-headed monster and a low touchdown capped offense. I don't want any of them. And I'm a Bills fan, so that's me saying that. I don't want any of these guys.
Right, yeah. No,
in fantasy, I don't want
and
any
we've
of these
seen
guys.
we've seen it unfold that way the past couple of years in a row. Now there have been
somebody else draft him in the first round. I think James Cook is going to get drafted in the first round in rookie drafts. We saw last year somebody in our league, and I know we all kind of laughed and said dumb move, but hey, people make these moves. They went Kenny Gainwell in the first round.
Because they had a desperate
they had a need at
running
back, and they identified him as the guy that they wanted because of where he landed and like a bunch of other factors, whatever appealed to them. They made that decision, and I bet we weren't the only league in which that happened. And it's probably going to happen this year, and I think James Cook is the CEH of this draft class. I've said it before. I made that analogy before with other positions.
Dude.
I don't mean that. I take it back for them. I am, from a fantasy perspective, from an NFL perspective, love the move for my team.
It's a good
love
move
for my team. From a fantasy perspective, this means all the way off. This might be the CEH all landing spot situation.
I mean, there's got to be something, and I know. I mean, I'm not bringing everything back to CEH. There's got to be something to be said for a great offense that is going to create more scoring opportunities than most. There's got to be something to be said for that. There has to be.
But I mean, we talk a lot also about quarterback vulturing and which type of running backs or which type of quarterbacks truly vulture on the ground production, or do they provide it? We look at Kyler Murray; he provides it. Otherwise, there'd be no way that James Conner had 18 touchdowns last year. He provides that rushing upside. Jalen Hurts might take it away from you a little bit just because of the way that he runs the ball. And we saw that happen with Miles Sanders. Didn't score a touchdown last year. But in the Bills, he scores touchdowns on the ground. He has more touchdowns on the ground through the years that they've been in the NFL than Christian McCaffrey. Josh Allen. Did you know that stat? He has more rushing touchdowns than Christian McCaffrey through the same span of games.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I didn't know the stat, but I'm not surprised.
But I don't want. We only wanted running backs in that offense when we knew it was going to be one guy, and now we know it's not going to be one guy. So we don't want shares in that offense of the running backs. So if you have Devin Singletary, if you could try to get out of that, I would if I could. And I don't know if I'd be investing in James Cook. I'm going to let somebody else take him late in the first round.
Do you take him at like, say, the 207?
James Cook?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he won't fall to 207.
Okay.
A Bills running back will get overhyped.
Do you take him at like 203? He's there at 203. Do you take him?
No.
All the receivers we talked about are off the board.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'd take him at the 207. He's not going to be there.
All right.
203 is probably about where at the end of where somebody else is going to be looking at him. 204 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how he goes past 205. If he's there at 207, I'll take him. If he's there at 203, I'll probably go elsewhere.
Okay. Fair enough.
Nicholas
First of all,
Petit-Frere.
or just a quick break from the James Cook conversation. Hunter is on it right now. Appreciate keeping the chat abreast of the picks. Titans just made the 69th pick. Very nice. The nicest of the picks, you might say. Nick Petit-Frere. It's a Frere. It's a French
uncle.
name. Nicholas
Little Uncle. That's what that means in French, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah?
Yeah, Petit-Frere.
So the most French name of the draft is off the board at pick 69.
Our father,
to the Titans. That
father.
somehow feels appropriate. Well, yeah,
Whatever.
Good point. It's an offensive line. The Titans just traded AJ Brown. Derrick Henry is going to get 400 touches by week 6. Might as well get some offensive linemen.
I mean, Ryan Tannehill, there is a big gap in what Ryan Tannehill did last year compared to what he was doing for the 2 years prior to last year. Last year, he scored for 12 less touchdowns through the air than he did the year before in 2020. And he scored twice as many, or he threw twice as many interceptions as he did in 2020. In 2020, in 2021, he threw for 14 interceptions. And the year before that, he was at 7. So there was a precipitous drop for him in production that led to him being a QB2 in fantasy and not the QB1 that we remembered him as, despite having one more game to play in and despite having no running back for half the games, which would have forced him to throw. So they need to get him back on track, and getting O-line is one way to do it. And that offense needs all the help it can get. But yes, that helps Derrick Henry to a certain extent. We're still off him though. If you can use that as as a narrative when you're trying to sell Derrick Henry or divest yourself of Derrick Henry in your dynasty leagues, you could say, hey, they just drafted O-line. Look at him. They just traded AJ Brown and threw in a rookie. They're going to run the ball all over the place and sell him.
No, thousands. You had it right the first time. He's going to have thousands of touches this season.
100 touches every game. What did the Bears do here?
I mean, is there a wide receiver left? There's David Bell. Holy hell. Darnell Mooney you asked at the beginning of this, at the very beginning of this stream.
Who is your biggest winner?
Darnell Mooney is a colossal winner right now. The Bears are running out of draft capital.
What are they going? Are they going wide receiver here?
I mean, they've addressed
Khalil
defense,
Shakir,
which is good.
I mean, who else is on the board?
David Bell's still out there for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, true. I wouldn't be too excited about that, but
I mean, are they really going to go into the season with Byron Pringle as their wide receiver 2?
Jalen Tolbert, Khalil Shakir, Calvin
Jalen
Austin.
Tolbert's
they could
still
go
out.
Calvin Austin, but they would have two smaller guys in that offense. So
at this point, if I'm rooting for Darnell Mooney, I there comes a certain point where it's like, okay, I don't want him to be out there on an island because
Justin
then
Ross.
he gets he's going to get double covered on every play because it's like this is the only guy worth a damn.
True.
At some point there comes a point, obviously, yes, you want your receivers to steer clear of any additions, but not when it's bare bones outside of your guy. You want a little bit of, you want a good balanced
Seahawks on
offense.
the clock. 8th pick into the second round, or into the 3rd round. We could see Malik Willis here. We could see any of the quarterbacks go, honestly. I wouldn't. At this point, he doesn't even have to be the first one drafted. At this point, it could be anybody.
It could, yeah.
But Seattle at 8, Falcons at 10. Mm-hmm. Both could use quarterback here. Texans at 16. They've refused to draft quarterback, but they could take one.
The value's
Giants
fantastic
at 17.
now.
Falcons again at 18. I think it happens.
It has to be.
I think
tonight.
it happens soon. I think it happens soon. I think the
You mean
dominoes
to tell
fall
me-
for these quarterbacks specifically soon.
You mean to tell me we're gonna go 90 plus picks into the draft and one quarterback has been taken? Like, man, no, they have to go tonight.
What if
Bears
Malik
take
Willis falls
is it
until the
Velus
fourth
Jones?
round, and then they get a chance to really do the Kirk Cousins thing with him?
Yeah,
That would be wild.
yeah, they're Hunter's on it. I don't know if it's Velus or Velas, but I
Velus
have
Jones,
seen his
yeah.
name, Velus Jones.
Size speed freak, but
he's a speed freak.
I'm not. This is just Darnell Mooney to the moon even further. Like, cool. This propels me even more towards Darnell Mooney is a guy to go after in redraft. Darnell Mooney is a guy to go after if you're a contender this year. Trade for Darnell Mooney. Do whatever you can to get Darnell Mooney on your squad, because he is going to get the highest target share in the NFL, next to probably Justin Jefferson.
Like the big.
It's going to be Justin Jefferson and him in terms of team target share. I guarantee you. Wow.
He's going to be
Velus
top.
Velus Jones.
900 total return yards. So he was but he was used on offense, and it was like essentially go routes. I mean, the guy is fast as all hell, which is fun.
Yeah,
that's
but
exciting,
but he was on the field with Michael Pittman and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Drake London, and was clearly far and away the fourth option there for the majority of the time there.
He's got 4,700 all career all-purpose yards. I mean, he's a
Seahawks take Abraham Lucas, O lineman. Ooh, the fall
could
continues.
Be a special teamer.
But that's good for them. Again, that's good for their just building their foundation of their squad, because again, their O line's been in shambles.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Their second O line pick?
Yeah.
Because they drafted one in the second round too. Did they not?
They drafted Charles Cross in the first round.
Charles Cross in the first round.
Yeah.
And in the second round, I know they did some.
Velus Jones is Bo Wolf. Velus Jones is older than AJ Brown. He's 25.
Yeah, and they went edge and running back. Duh. The Seahawks.
Seahawks gonna Seahawk.
I mean, the Seahawks are filling a lot of positions here. That's one good thing they're doing. They're filling a lot of positions here. But
Alex, the Seahawks and literally everybody else.
Do they have another pick in the third round?
Seattle?
Yeah. Nah.
They might.
Don't.
Yeah, Hunter. I don't know. There must not be. People must be looking at the tape and not liking what they're seeing anymore. I mean, yeah, he was at the draft.
Well, Matt Corral was at the draft too, so it's not just him; it's all of these quarterbacks. There are warts, significant enough warts to where they're not being drafted at the early beginning of the third round. Like there was a run on quarterbacks last year.
Yeah,
on literally it was 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 4, I believe, with Trask, Mills, and Mond, and we've seen Kenny Pickett at what, 20, the 20th pick,
20, yeah,
and then no quarterbacks, and it's already almost the 75th pick of the draft. If the Falcons don't draft one here at 10, I don't see where one gets drafted in this next round, unless they circle back and get one late. I just don't see it. The Broncos don't need one. The Ravens don't need one. The Colts don't need one. The Browns don't need one. The Chargers don't need one. The Texans are seemingly fine without one. The Giants are seemingly fine without one. Did the Colts select Jelani Woods?
Wait, are you serious?
Hey, the Colts select Jelani Woods!
Colts select Jelani Woods! Let's go!
Jelani Woods!
Let's go! Yeah, with the 73rd pick!
Let's fucking go. Third round draft capital for a tight end. I'll take it.
Dude. That's
second tight end taken. Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yes. All right. I'm going to have to draft him at 2-7 now.
You called that.
Jelani Woods, man.
You called that.
He's going to be better than
I'll
Velus
go
Jones.
on record. We had to bid. This had to be one of the first channels.
No, I believe we were the first channel to be hitting on Jelani Woods.
You were first on.
Others might have just said, "Hey, this guy's hyper athletic." We were the first channel, and I will say that confidently, that went out and went on a limb and said he's gonna be one of the top 2 tight ends in this draft.
I saw
people were
him
saying
at the
Dulcich,
combine.
people were saying Kolar, people were saying
Yeah.
Ruckert, people were saying
You
all these
called
other
that.
names. Jelani Woods, man.
You called that. I saw him at the combine. I watched what he was doing. I remember we were streaming during the combine. I was like, Jelani Woods, who is this guy?
This officially ruins the Mo Alley Cox hype that we had earlier on, but this just means he'll learn from Mo Alley Cox, who's literally from a size comparison, the same guy. Jelani Woods is much faster, much more athletic. But if he can learn from from Mo Alley Cox, who's been a good tight end in the league for one more season, and I'm taking a look at his contract situation right now. But I mean, as soon as 2023, Jelani Woods season. Oh, now Mo Alley Cox is signed through 2024, but they can cut him in 2023 and save $3 million, and he'll be 30. So depending on what their cap space situation looks like, they could do it. They could hold on to him. Again, Jelani Woods, we're not expecting a ton out of him right away. So even if they hold on to Mo Alley Cox throughout at the end of his contract, and it takes until 2025 for Jelani Woods to really have the tight end room by himself, to himself. I think that right around there, he's 28 years old, and I'm double checking that. Double checking that. Give me a sec here. Jelani Woods is 23.5. So, yeah.
Hunter's on it. Did the Falcons just take a quarterback?
In 4 years. Oh, really? That's 27 years old. That's his age apex season when the Colts are ready to give him the number 1 tight end role. So, Jelani Woods to the moon. But what in 2025? But what did the Falcons do?
The Falcons selected Desmond Ridder.
Yo!
The Falcons have taken Desmond Ridder. Wow.
Yo, all right.
The Falcons take the second quarterback off the board. It is not Malik Willis. It is Cincinnati's Desmond Ridder.
Wow. All right. I mean, cool. Desmond Ridder might start this year.
Desmond Ridder might start this year. Desmond Ridder will get a start at. I'll put if the number was at Desmond Ridder starts for the 2022 season at a half, I'm smashing the over. Let's say it's 2.5. I'm smashing the over.
Yeah.
I'm smashing the over.
And Desmond Ridder, he's going to be a rushing quarterback playing with Kyle Pitts, Unicorn, and Drake London, who has unicorn potential. But unicorn potential. I mean, I'm starting to like this offense. Get this offense a running back and let it not be Isaiah
Don't give
Spiller.
Will any hope. Don't give Will any hope.
I'm starting to, and maybe it's just shiny new toy syndrome, but I'm starting to like the way this is piecing together here for the Falcons. Cool.
This is a fascinating pick. This is a fascinating pick. This just goes to show you, man, we don't know anything. And when I say we, I mean any expert who's not in an NFL front office. We don't know anything. And that's okay. That's fine. That's what adds intrigue to the draft, but it's when we finally start to get light shed on this. And this could obviously be like a colossal screw up by the NFL. We've seen it happen before where literally everybody was wrong about somebody.
Yeah, I mean, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, third-round picks both. Colin Kaepernick, I believe, fell and was good while it lasted. Derek Carr, third-round pick.
Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, but I don't like to use that example just because
it's not a good example.
That's the outlier of outliers, but there are a fairly large group of quarterbacks who were drafted in the 3rd round specifically, who ended up being long-term NFL starters.
Mm-hmm.
Andy Dalton, I believe, was a 3rd round. Was he a 3rd-round pick, or did he get drafted higher?
He might have been a 2nd-round pick. Dalton was a 2nd-round pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, Ritter to Atlanta, that is exciting.
He's gonna start games this year, I think, because the Falcons are not going to be very good, and
and they can use the same game plan with Mariota as they would use with Ritter, so it's going to be real easy for them to kind of switch gears once they realize, again, what every other team that has worked with Mariota has found out, that he's not an NFL caliber starter for more than a few games here and there, which makes him a backup. Desmond Ritter will get starts by game 10, game 11, game 12, if not earlier.
Yeah, 10, 11, 12 sounds like a fair expectation.
We're not expecting them to do great as a team. They're not there yet.
Right.
So we might see him sooner than later, and just to see what they got in him, give him some building block games. This is real interesting, though. I wonder what the Texans do here. You have any ideas? You have any?
I'm checking Twitter.
Insight?
All I know is my feed, my
Nakobe Dean.
Like
He's still out there.
Fritz right now. The Broncos are trading the pick to Houston. Shout out to Hunter, who's on it right now. Yep. Broncos are trading the 75th pick to the Texans. Houston was at 80, so Denver is going to move back to 80 and probably collect some 5th or 6th round picks. Breaking news, somebody in the league where we share a joint team messaged us, everyone in the league, that he's hammered and to trade him 2022 picks.
Who's this?
You love to see it. Somebody in the joint league that where we co-own the team.
Oh, ha. Hey, we would if we weren't
we're busy
doing this.
We're busy. Just wanted to call it out.
I'd be trying to trade away Kevin Ridley.
Could be a good idea.
And we still got to work out a trade. You and me. After this, I know it's going to be a long stream still, but you and me, we have
unfinished business.
We have unfinished business with a guy.
With a guy. All right, we'll talk
out there. Ha.
We'll talk.
Tua Tagovailoa, man. He's on the hot seat in our leagues. Texans select Christian Harris, LB. Okay. So Nakobe Dean continues to fall, and another linebacker taken ahead of him.
I remember I remember Christian Harris. He is good. Yeah, big time playmaker for the Crimson Tide.
Do we see the Ravens go wide receiver here? The Ravens go
at this point.
Calvin Austin. Just get your
speedster back.
Yeah, get your Hollywood Brown approximation and Calvin Austin, and make it real easy for your offense, and make it real easy for Lamar Jackson to continue to just utilize a guy down the field like that. Similar speed, slightly lesser stature, but still he can get it done out there. I think that pick makes a lot of sense. That would be my guess, because they built up building block positions throughout the first 2 rounds. I think they can now go ahead and take a skill position player.
Ultimately, I'm just going to assume whatever they do is the right move, because they've, as an organization, they've earned that respect. And I can't say the same thing about too many other teams.
Yeah, and thank you again, Hunter, for being on it. And yeah, Alex, I know that Tony Romo was undrafted, but like, there was never a fall for him where he was projected to go second by like half the community, and then fell halfway through the 3rd round, maybe even to the 4th round. Like, that's never happened. we've seen falls into the second round when with like Geno Smith when he went to the draft and then fell to the second round. But this is two guys that went to the NFL draft and have fallen into the second half of the third round, which is, I don't believe that's ever happened before from the quarterback position, much less any position. Two guys. Mm-hmm. The only two guys at their position that were invited to the combine or invited to the NFL draft. Both of them probably won't get drafted until maybe 317 with the Giants again. Maybe the Falcons, it's not 318. But if if a quarterback doesn't go there, I mean, you're looking at pick 33, the first compensatory third round pick 33. The Lions.
Yep.
Could be really they could be the Malik Willis holders. They could have opted not to draft him in the first round and pick him up as a compensatory third, which would be a huge win if I'm a Lions fan, if they can pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, Desmond Ridder, if I don't think he's a first round pick, but second round pick for sure.
I think the 201 is in play.
I mean, I could see him go 112 if somebody doesn't like Mechie. If you're like,
screw it, I need a quarterback.
Yeah, I could see Desmond Ridder going 112.
That would be fine.
Yeah.
The path to playing
that would
time
be the smart thing
is
to
as clear
do.
as day.
That would be the smart thing to do.
As clear as day. At the 112, do you take Kenny Pickett or Desmond Ridder?
Jelani Woods.
Trick question.
No, I think Kenny Pickett should go 110.
Yeah,
after Christian Watson, after George Pickens, maybe even after Sky Moore at 111. 111 and 112 should be the quarterbacks that have been drafted so far. It should be 111 and 112.
Pickett should still go first just because of the draft capital is.
Yes, but I mean, nobody's expecting Pickens going there helps, but nobody's expecting Pickett to be, I mean, he's expected to be Baker Mayfield at best. Maybe a little more, a little better. Baker Mayfield.
Maybe
without the commercials.
A little better. Yeah, right. If he has one good game, he might get commercials.
Baker Mayfield without the commercials in a well thought of organization.
Much better offense.
Right.
Much more. The offensive line needs some work.
So yeah, Kenny Pickett. I mean, 110, 111, 112, depending on where you have Christian Watson, George Pickens, and Sky Moore from 108 to 110. And then you're looking at, I mean, Malik Willis at the turn. If Desmond Ridder's going 111, 112. I mean, it's if Malik Willis doesn't, I mean, he has to go soon. What if the Panthers actually get him? When did the Panthers draft?
Not again until the fourth round.
Yeah, what if he lasts to the fourth round and the Panthers get him?
That would be remarkable.
There are no other. I mean, outside of the Lions with a compensatory pick, there are no other real landing spots for a guy like that, unless the Buccaneers went and spent a late third on him, or the Titans spent a late third on him. Neither of which I see really happening. I suppose the Giants could still get it done at 17. But, I mean, Malik Willis could fall to the third round. In which case, the Panthers might have a shot at Malik Willis. And the Browns might be stuck holding the Baker Mayfield bag. Colts ended the Rainman fall. All right. That's another great pick for them, man.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
I don't love the Alec Pierce pick, but the Bernard Raymond pick does redeem it for me a little bit. And the Jelani Woods pick absolutely redeems it. I mean,
there you go.
Honestly, the Alec Pierce pick makes me like the Jelani Woods pick even more. Because Jelani Woods is going to be more of a receiving threat in this offense, just because I don't think Alec Pierce is that guy. I could be wrong. I just don't think Alec Pierce is that guy. So I think Jelani Woods, once he reaches the ceiling of what he can be, and once Mo Alley Cox gets out of the way, maybe in 2025 when he's 27 years old in his prime, maybe then he's Darren Waller. 3 years down the road, maybe then he's Darren Waller.
Oof. Oh, dude. Can you
Bro,
imagine?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
Can you imagine?
Do I have to draft Jelani at 202?
Or it wasn't the Colts, it was the Vikings. Or did the Vikings make or no, it was the Colts.
Jelani at 202?
Yeah, it was the Colts. Desmond Ridder or Jelani Woods, and I'm good to go.
You got any insight to what the Browns are doing now? What's Twitter been saying? We've been ranting for a little bit. This round's moving much
nothing.
quicker.
Twitter has fallen behind for me. My feed is
this round is moving much quicker. That's also has to factor in.
What's that?
This round is moving much quicker.
It's moving a lot faster. Yeah, that's true.
So that has to factor in to a certain extent. But
that's true. The Colts pick is in.
The Colts pick is Bernard Raymond. We said that. The Browns pick is on the clock.
Browns
the Chargers
pick is on the
are
next,
right. Then the Broncos. Then again the firewall. I keep saying firewall with respect to Malik Willis, but Giants are there. 317, pick 81 could be Malik Willis. If it's not there, then I think he falls to the compensatory pick that I was talking about with the Lions. But Browns could go wide receiver.
They could.
Could go Nakobe Dean.
Doesn't feel like a need for them, but at this point, like Dean has fallen so far. Like at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if anybody took him.
Browns select Alex Wright, defensive end. All right, thanks for that.
All right. I need your sources, Hunter.
CBS Sports reporting that the Jets tried to trade into the first round to select Breece Hall.
Yeah, I saw also Alex this morning from one of the he covers both the Jets and the Giants on Twitter. The Jets offered the 10th pick plus for Deebo Samuel. And the 49ers declined. And based on the draft grade scale that a lot of NFL coaches and GMs use, the Jets were offering more value for Deebo than what the Cardinals and Titans received for Marquise Brown and A.J. Brown, respectively.
Say that again.
Saw something on Twitter. Rich Samini, I think is his last name. He covers both the Giants and the Jets. There was a report from this morning that the Jets offered the 10th pick plus additional draft capital to the 49ers for Deebo Samuel. And as it turns out, like based on there's a scale, there's like a chart. Jerry Jones created it like years and years ago that like a lot of general managers use as like a point system to kind of grade picks. And their level of importance of significance. And based on the grading scale, what the Jets offered for Deebo was more in value than what the Titans than what the Cardinals and Titans got for Marquise Brown and A.J. Brown. So they offered significant capital. Basically, they offered significant capital for Deebo. Great capital for Deebo. And the 49ers said no. Sorry, I didn't mean to convolute that.
It's cool.
I thought I was being clear. I apologize.
All right, who did the Chargers go with?
I lost two people in the chat.
What did they do in the first round again? Did they go O-line? They went offensive guard, right? Didn't they? In the first round?
The Browns?
Chargers.
The Chargers, yeah.
Select defensive back JT Woods. Okay. Thanks again, Hunter. Who are your sources, though? Like, where are you getting this from?
Trust,
Mel
tru-
Kiper?
hey,
Like,
tru-
what is
trust me.
happening?
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. We trust you, bro. So he's right. JT Woods. Aaron Wilson's Pro Football Network is like the closest thing.
Do we have to hire you, bro? Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, you stop that. But nah, I don't actually. Yeah, we might have to.
All right. Well, the Broncos are on the clock.
Yes.
The Broncos have need at
They are
cornerback.
they're taking Dulcich, Greg, the tight end
Broncos?
from UCLA.
The Broncos?
are according to. Yep. Yes,
Okay.
they are. Did I say it right, Dulcich?
I'll let somebody else draft Dulcich. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, he's competing with
Alberto is
Alberto.
better there, and I know they like to run 2 tight end, but Dulcich does not have an RAS above 9, and Jelani Woods does. So that's my source.
That.
Boom.
So that's that. Yeah, source. Trust me, bro.
Alex, you know Hunter's source.
There's something going on.
He's getting messages from God. Like, what's going on? Hunter, what? Wow,
I
bro.
stole it.
Nah, man. Alberto is fine. Alberto is absolutely fine. Don't worry.
Rest in peace, Alberto. Yeah, he
You
did.
better be JKing. Like, Alberto is fine, man.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
He's fine.
I know. Is he?
Malik Willis and Matt Corral still falling.
Could be.
At this point, is Matt Corral even draftable?
No. No, he's not. There's no way. Malik Willis hasn't gone yet. We're about to pick. We're nearly at pick 80. No, we are. We're past pick 80. Excuse me. Chargers would take. Yeah, right. We're at like pick 81. No, Matt Corral's not draftable.
I just had to ask, man. Damn.
Sorry. Very passionate about this, apparently.
I see that, man.
Yeah.
Velus Jones.
Looking around Twitter,
Velus Jones.
trying to find this source, this mystery powerful source.
Velus Jones.
You find that one funny.
It's humorous. Bears being the Bears. It's humorous.
All right, let's see what the Giants do. Roasted him,
What?
Hunter. Roasting Alex. It's all in good fun.
Oh.
Who we got? Who we got coming up next?
The AB face. I love it. Whole lot of money.
I hope he's not done.
Boom.
I hope so.
Hit you with the sideways, Aaron.
Got him.
Who do we got? Who do we got going? Who do we got?
Got him.
Coming up next, we got. We already got the Broncos pick in, I believe. Right. Chargers.
Yeah, that was
Dulcich, right?
Dulcich.
So now
yeah.
Does Miami
the
end the
Giants.
slide of Malik Willis?
Giants are on the
Or
clock.
does do the Yeah, not Giants, not Miami.
It's not going to be the Falcons anymore.
What if they did? What if they're just like, screw it, let's
Triple
try 'em all
option.
out?
We're going to have 3 scrambling quarterbacks with Mariota, Willis, and Ritter all in the backfield at
Wildcat with 3 quarterbacks. Yes. 3 QB Wildcat. Love it.
Just once I want to see a team do that. Not
Watch me on Madden. And it's not that Greg Dulcich is bad. It's just he's one of those guys that doesn't have the upside of some of the other people ahead of him.
Cordell Flott.
What?
These guys are already on it. The Giants selected defensive back.
Okay.
Cornerback. Got him. He's on it right now. We got a battle to see who's breaking the news first. You love to see it.
Velus Jones. The Falcons, it would be cool if they went Calvin Austin. The Falcons are up here if they just got speedster and then had Drake London on one side, Calvin Austin on the other side, Kyle Pitts in the slot, Cordero Patterson in the slot, or in the backfield. Ritter. I mean, that would be an. I would like to watch that offense. This is all I can say is I would like to watch that offense.
Unstoppable defense.
Yo, Will Brown.
Unstoppable offense.
Shut up. I'm about to ban you from this whole.
He's super hyped because they're running a triple option in Atlanta with Mariota.
Man,
and
I might put you in a timeout. I can actually do that right now. I can put you in a timeout on YouTube. I think that makes you unable to comment in the chat for 10 minutes or something like that. I won't do that, but hey, if you keep on slandering my man Jelani Woods, I will hit you in the face when I meet you in person for the first time. Will Smith status. Keep my favorite tight end's name out your mouth.
Out your mouth. This just did. John Alcides has been banned from the Senior Bowl for the next 10 years for slapping a fan.
Pop, pop.
You're gone. You're out.
I challenge you to a duel. Yeah, Alex, it's triggering me, and it's late, and we've been doing this for what, 3 hours now, 4 hours now? What are we at?
So approaching 3, I think, right? No, 3.5. Approaching 3.5.
We must have cut out pretty hard because I'd see 2 hours and 3 minutes up there, so the connection must have dropped for a little bit there about an hour ago. Or 2 hours ago.
That's annoying.
Yeah, hate to see it, but again, we'll try to continue to hammer away at solutions for that, but nothing we can do about it right now. But Hunter, you are Ian Rappaport? Yo, okay.
We're actually talking to Rappaport.
All right. I thought you'd be busy with Pat McAfee or something, but
updating the world. Yeah, true.
Velus Jones.
You love that pick, but for not for the same reason.
It's just funny to me, man. It's just funny to me. That's all.
The Falcons pick was D'Angelo Malone. You got it, Hunter. The Eagles are on the clock. What are we doing?
Who the Giants go? You know who the Giants went?
They took the defensive back.
Eagles select Nakobe Dean.
Tell me that's true. Tell me it's real. I mean, at this point, I was like, at this point, hell, just take him. Like, what's the risk? He doesn't pan out. It's the 3rd round.
I mean, seriously, watch Willis fall to the compensatory thirds. Watch Willis be the 97th pick off the board to the Lions. book it. At which case, he's still draftable, but his outlook has to look more Kellen Mondish than it does Jalen Hurts-ish. It does. Kellen Mond drafted in the 3rd. Now we don't want him a year later because he was just not a prospect that was going to pan out despite having athleticism. Jalen Hurts did pan out, but his arm still has arm concerns. That's the height of what we should expect from Malik Willis, the ceiling of what we should expect from Malik Willis, not more than that, just Jalen Hurts. But the floor could look like Kellen Mond, and that's scary as hell.
It is. Yeah. I don't want to draft him. I don't want to draft. Like in a super flex league, I don't want to draft him at this point. Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
I had to sneeze. Excuse me. In what scenario do you feel good about drafting him? There is none. Yeah, it's official. Hunter's on it. The Eagles draft Nakobe Dean in the 3rd round.
I mean, if Malik Willis falls to the second half of the 2nd round to me, I'll draft him. That's where it is right now with Malik Willis. I'm taking clear cut Desmond Ridder ahead of him.
No question.
Unless Malik Willis goes to the Seahawks, where he's starting this year, I'm not drafting him until the second half of the 2nd round. If he goes to the Lions, like I'm speculating, then it's got to be the end of the 2nd round for me. It does. That might be too harsh. I might be saying, yo, I was wrong as soon as tomorrow. But right now, if he goes to the Seahawks, beginning of the 1st round, or of the 2nd round. If he goes to the Lions, middle of the 2nd round, end of the 2nd round. And that's just because we're drafting athletic quarterback.
Yeah.
Hunter, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
We'll we're giving you I don't know, something for all the assistance. Well, I like that the Eagles got Dean.
Yeah, you gotta love that pick right before the Steelers.
I like that
too.
pick. I mean, falling all the way down here, like
right before the Steelers, right before the
Patriots.
The Patriots. Yep.
Yup. You know that at this point they would have just said, "Screw it, let's take them."
Yep. I like what the Eagles have done. I like what the Eagles have done.
Think they've had
Waited
a good
on
weekend
Nakobe
so far.
Dean, picked him up, and when in the 3rd, when they could have picked him in the 2nd, got a guy that to come in and be your center of the future, and to solidify your O-line in the just next year, while Kelsey is on his way out. I mean, AJ Brown.
Yeah.
And even factoring in getting another 1st round pick to be able to get a quarterback next season from the Saints a few weeks ago. All of that, everything they've done in the past 3 weeks has been money.
Feels pretty good, yeah.
You got to feel good about that.
Feel like they've done a good job this weekend, and dating back to the trade with the Saints. I like it. The defense still needs a lot of work. The defense still needs a hell of a lot of work. It's a big time work in progress, but they've addressed it twice now in this draft. I'll take it. 2 Georgia teammates too, Davis and Dean.
Are they?
Yeah, they both played at Georgia.
Nice.
That's what you want. You want that SEC talent. I'll take it. He was the Butkus Award winner this year, like nation's top linebacker. Obviously, college awards don't automatically translate to NFL
Steelers
talent.
select DeMarvin Leal, D-line.
D-line.
Thank you again, Hunter. I don't know where you're getting this from. You're going to have to share your source with us.
Hunter Schefter. Over here.
Put it on, throw us a message on the Discord.
Yeah, for real. We won't steal it or share it or steal it.
Oh, man. Yo, you did that as a joke to mess with Nick, and then it ended up being the real pick. That's awesome.
And it ended up being real. Well,
that's awesome.
I'm not mad about how that turned out.
And Alex, you feel like Howell, Corral, and Willis got Thanos snapped? Bro.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Yep. They're undraftable. They're undraftable even in Superflex leagues at this point. Like, here's 3 more teams.
They're not undraftable. They fell into the second round now. All of them. They're not undraftable.
They're not undraftable. In one quarterback leagues, they're undraftable.
Yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly. In one quarterback leagues, you're not touching any of these guys except for Pickett, and Pickett and Ritter, and they're both probably like 3rd round picks. And
Pickett
then,
might be a second round pick.
Like Malik Willis might be Mr. Irrelevant just to see what a rushing quarterback can do in the NFL if he can get there. But yeah. The more I see him fall, too, the more I'm scared that the Cleveland Browns are going to get stuck with Baker Mayfield on their team and without a landing spot for him. Patriots select cornerback Marcus Jones. All right.
Yeah. Was just flagged or highlighted on Twitter as one of the, higher end options still available on the board as far as best player available.
Raiders on the board at 22.
There's several corners available here where it would make sense for some teams to scoop them up.
Raiders on the board at 22. Cardinals at 23. We still have a need at running back. We could see Isaiah Spiller go here. We could see Damian Pierce
White.
or Rashad White.
You want
White.
Rashad? You're rooting for Rashad White. I know you are.
I mean, it would be perfect because he is David Johnson light, Rashad White. I mean, if he goes to the Cardinals, that would almost be perfect. If the Bills were in a position to draft a running back here, I'd say Rashad White at 25 would be pretty cool. But obviously, I don't believe that's gonna happen here. The next team that needs a running back, if the Titans got Rashad White at 26, and he was the handcuff, and then heir apparent to Derrick Henry Derrick Henry falls off, it was Rashad White. I would love that.
That'd be something.
I would love that. Yeah, I would do that all day. I'd be in on that all day. What else here?
Got a cut. We're coming up to
did the Titans trade up?
Did they?
Yeah, the Titans traded up. The Las Vegas Rams traded back.
There we go.
And Rojo, I know you're a bigger fan of Alex Pierce than I am. Great landing spot. I'm not real sold on the player. I think that's even better for Jelani Woods that he's going to be having to just compete with targets with a guy like Alex Pierce, because I think Jelani Woods can be more of an offensive weapon than Alex Pierce. So, yeah, I mean, Jelani Woods to the moon. And yeah, the Athletic reporting that Baker to the Panthers may happen soon.
I saw that.
Nick has been talking about that all day. But I wonder what the Titans do here.
Whoa.
I wonder if
they're selecting Malik Willis.
Okay.
The Titans are selecting Malik Willis. It's over. The fall has happened.
All right, Malik Willis has to be a second-round pick now. Malik Willis has to be a second-round pick.
All right, now he's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
I'd still take Ritter and Pickett ahead of him.
Yes.
just because they have clearer routes to starting because Ryan Tannehill is still there. I feel like this is more of a let's see what we can do here, and let's see what happens with Ryan Tannehill in 1 year, and let's see what happens with Malik Willis in 1 year. I don't feel like this is a
well, to your
he's
point,
going to be the quarterback of our future end point and full stop.
I mean, you said earlier Tannehill they could save a ton of money by just cutting.
They could,
Tannehill
and that's why I think it's a smart move. It's a forward-thinking move for them, especially, and they're thinking forward right now with regards to like the whole AJ Brown thing that just went down. With regards to them getting Treylon Burks, so they're looking down the road. So getting a guy like Malik Willis in here at depressed cost and having the ability for him to learn behind a Ryan Tannehill, who was a dual threat quarterback early in his career and developed into a pocket passer and has been a veteran for 10 years now, 8 years now. So yeah, I love this pick for the Titans. The Titans making 2 underrated moves, I believe. And I know losing AJ Brown isn't going to make you better, but identifying Treylon Burks as your future and just being like, it's our future. Set ourselves up. Let's get Malik Willis. Set ourselves up for depressed cost at pick 86. I think that's smart. I don't think it's winning football yet, but I think it's smart.
It's forward thinking.
Yeah. And then all right, Matt Corral to the Lions.
Maybe.
Sam Howell to the Lions.
Guess could happen. Do we even care at this point?
Yes, because I firmly believe that the Lions aren't going to be rolling with Jared Goff next year. And per the chance that one of those guys just ends up looking a whole lot better than everybody thought and he's the starter in Detroit, I'd be on him if that happens for a late second, early third, something like that. Probably more early third, early to mid third.
Okay.
4th, 5th round, undrafted.
Just keep going. We had Alex.
Yeah,
we
and
had
we're gonna.
rankings.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I have a spreadsheet open with my rankings as it stands right now, and I'll let you know that they're not. I guess they're right now. They're super flex rankings, but I got Brees Hall 101, and I think Nick does too.
Yeah.
The Jets landing spot doesn't change anything. I believe we both have Jameson Williams, Detroit.
It's a great landing spot for him.
At 102.
Jameson Williams?
I mean, right now it's really a tier of 3, and it could go either way for me. Mm-hmm. I think it's Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, or Treylon Burks at either 2, 3, or 4. Basically, it's your preference. But I have Jameson Williams plugged in there. And then at 103, I have Garrett Wilson. And at 104, I have Treylon Burks. And then at 105, I have Drake London. At 106, I have Chris Olave. Those are kind of interchangeable to me. Really depends on what you're shooting for. The safer play, safer wide receiver, Olave. Higher upside, lower floor receiver, Drake London. And then at 7, I have Kenneth Walker. At 8, I have Sky Moore or Christian Watson. At 108 and 109, that's kind of just you choose which one you like most. And then at 110, I have Kenny Pickett. And 111, I have George Pickens. 112, I have Desmond Ridder. And that's really need-based. Really, I think Ridder should go 111. And George Pickens should go 112. And then I have Malik Willis. Because he's drafted now. He got drafted. And if you can get the guy that was supposed to go in the top 3, top 2 at quarterback at the top of the second round just because he fell, Considering it's a guy that it's all rushing ability with him. That's the appeal. Just keep going with it. Roll with it. 201. And then you got to start thinking about Mechie and Alec Pierce and James Cook. And I guess Velus Jones, but not really. What do you got? What do you think? I mean, do you think that sounds right to you?
Yeah, it sounds right. Yeah, that sounds correct. I think I would say the glaring difference between you and I is I'm not as out on Walker as you are. Not you're not out on Walker. You have clearly lowered him after tonight's developments.
It's not just tonight's developments, and we can talk a little bit about this. It's just, yes, I mean, he's going to the Seahawks, and Chris Carson has been productive there while sharing the field with Rashad Penny in the past.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Kenneth Walker should be able to as well, but Chris Carson was always an RB2, a middling RB2, until he started getting either the full workload due to Rashad Penny not being healthy, or getting receiving work, or both. Kenneth Walker is never going to get receiving work. He's bad at catching the ball. Kenneth Walker is one of the best rushers of really the past 2 draft classes. If you look at what he did last year in college, it's one of the best rushing seasons in recent memory. But he couldn't catch the ball. He didn't catch the ball at the school he was at before transferring to the school he ended up breaking out at last season. He's he will be one of the best first and second down backs in the league. And on a team like Seattle, where they have another first round capital running back there, albeit we expect it for 1 season, and then it's free Kenneth Walker. But even then, he's going to get all the first and second down work in the world, which will lead to him being a middling RB2. He won't get passing down work. He'll end up being, I think my comp for Kenneth Walker is Damian Harris. Unexciting, but very good guy to have on your fantasy team. He's going to get a lot of work. He's going to get touchdowns on the ground. Not going to catch a ton of passes. Am I right in Damian Harris not catching a ton of passes? I feel like he's...
You're right about Damian Harris.
Right. I believe that's what Kenneth Walker is.
Okay. I disagree. As it pertains to running backs catching passes, no, he did not do it at Michigan State. But in the NFL, the chances of him being asked to do it more frequently is likely, not guaranteed.
Oh, I did miss out on Dotson. Dotson's in there too. I missed out on Dotson.
You missed. Oh, okay.
So George Pickens falls into the second round for me then.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, Dotson has to be over him.
So then George Pickens is 202, Malik Willis 201, Dotson 112, Ritter and Pickett 111, 110, and the order of your choosing.
Yes.
Yep. And then 109, 108, Christian Watson or Sky Moore, depending on which one you like more. That sound right?
Sounds good to me. Oh, the Cowboys selected Jalen Tolbert. There you go.
Ooh, love that landing spot. I love that landing spot. Oh man, Jalen Tolbert.
It's a good spot for him. Yep, it's official.
Oh man, he's at 203 in my rankings. Now he's at 203.
He's at 203.
I'd take him over James Cook. I'd take him over Alec Pierce. I'd take him over Jelani Woods, Trey McBride, Zamir White.
Taking him over
Isaiah
Woods?
Spiller. Yeah. Yeah, I'd take Jalen Tolbert over Woods. They don't have Cedric Wilson anymore. They don't have Amari Cooper anymore. It's CeeDee Lamb, a Michael Gallup who's coming back from an injury, and Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
They lost Blake Jarwin. Yes, Dalton Schultz is still there, but Zeke is supposed to take a step back. And Zeke has historically been involved in the pass and the rush game. If he takes a step back athletically, they're going to need somebody else to step up in the pass game as well. Jalen Tolbert should get usage early and often, and I've liked Jalen Tolbert throughout the entire process. Jalen Tolbert seems like that's going to be a good pick. That's a good landing spot. I like that landing spot.
Round 3, day 2 draft capital.
Yeah, I like that landing spot.
Yep.
Jalen Tolbert is now who I have ranked at 203.
I can get on board with him being in the top half of the second round. Yeah. I haven't like finalized that, like he's definitively like at one specific spot, but sounds about right. Kyle Brandt is is announcing the Bills pick, which we already know to be a linebacker, but it's happening on my feed right now. So there you go.
It's a linebacker. All right.
Yeah. Terrell Bernard.
All right. Maybe that's the Trey Edmonds heir apparent. We'll see.
There you go.
We'll see.
There you go.
R.I.P. James Washington. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. This guy never gets the opportunity, does he?
He's the anti-Sammy Watkins. Sammy Watkins gets all the chances.
He gets every opportunity depending on the year.
James Washington really just doesn't.
No. Just to wrap up thoughts on Kenneth Walker. I don't think it's that difficult to ask a running back to catch dump offs. And while he might not be an exclusive third down back, I have to imagine he's not a complete zero in the pass in that respect if he was taken in the second round. And that draft capital between him and Chris Carson is something that has to be taken into consideration. I think beyond this year, I feel comfortable with Kenneth Walker. You have said yourself, James Cook is the clear RB3 on the board right now, and you're staying away from the clear RB3. So the positional value here, I still
that doesn't mean I wouldn't be at the in on the RB4, RB5, depending on where.
Okay, well, I'm just saying I'm inclined to still be on the RB2 of this class, in the top 5 of this draft, especially given what has happened with the quarterbacks. We figured we would feel good about most of the wide receivers, if not okay at worst, and I think that's fair to say. This is the
so
only reason
you would go Breece Hall, some order of Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, or Treylon Burks, and then Kenneth Walker.
I might put Chris Olave
and then London and Olave. All right, so you have him 106. I have him 107.
I might give 105, 106 ish. 105.
Well, it would be Olave he would be over Olave at 105.
Might put him over Burks.
Okay.
Might put him over Burks. Oh, I don't think I would put him over Olave. I might put him over Burks, maybe. I'm not. It feels like a weird landing spot, but I feel like sneakily it's not. That's all. But I like, for the most part, I like where the rest of your list was. Obviously we accidentally omitted Jahan Dotson. He's in the first round of rookie drafts.
I have him at 12 right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess behind Christian Watson, behind Sky Moore, behind.
Yeah. It's landing spot. Because he was in the same tier as those guys for me, but they got the clear-cut better landing spot. And so that 20% edge that we have, where it's 80% talent, 20% landing spot, so we don't go overboard. It's still enough there to put those two clearly over Jahan Dotson for me. Because
so who do you got between Jahan Dotson and Desmond Ridder?
Well, I go 8 and 9 Christian Watson, Sky Moore, depending on what you like.
Yeah.
Then 10, 11 Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, depending on who you like.
Then
12 Jahan Dotson.
Okay.
13 or 102 or 201 Malik Willis. 202 George Pickens. 203 right now is Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
And then 204 James Cook. even though I'm probably staying away in favor of Rashad White.
The Bucks are taking him.
Rashad White?
Bucks are taking him right now at pick 91.
Okay.
Got the day 2 draft capital. Got
That's
the day
awesome.
2 draft capital.
Learn from Fournette too. Okay.
Yup, for a year.
Keyshawn Vaughn is dead.
Yes.
But yeah, man, this is great. This is great for Rashad White. This is great for Rashad White.
Yup. It's a great landing spot. Opportunity long term. And we're not as worried about who the quarterback will be for him.
No, he's running back. He's going to get running back touches. He's a wide receiver, though, too, so he's going to get work through the air for whoever. He's going to be a safety valve through the air for whoever is going to be the quarterback for the Buccaneers in 2023 and beyond. And I'm trying to pull up some contract information on the current Buccaneers, because Chris Godwin was just franchise tagged, was he not? Or is he on a multiple year deal?
They signed him to a deal.
Okay. Leonard Fournette, he's signed through 2024. Chris Godwin signed through 2024. Russell Gage, for what it's worth, signed through 2024. I've been running too many pages on my computer. It's slowing down for me here.
I'm not worried about Brady being gone in 2 seasons, Alex. He's gonna get running back touches. He'll be.
Yeah, when the lifespan of a running back is 3 years before you should try to move him. Maybe even just 2 years and try to move him based on what we've seen from Zeke and Saquon and Christian McCaffrey. Like 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, and probably try to maximize your value and move him. With Rashad White, I'm not worried about anything past the 2023 season. I'm not. And he should do phenomenally over the course of the next 2 seasons, and you should be able to sell him for pretty good price. So he's an appreciating asset at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Going to a great landing spot. I love that for Rashad White.
Yeah. Good short-term spot. If in a situation you end up with him, Brady retires, it's year 3 of Rashad White, his value comes down, people might be trying to buy low on him. I would say hold in that scenario. Like, show him he can still play without Tom Brady. Like, yeah, I don't have a problem targeting Rashad White and holding him beyond Brady's retirement if that's what it comes to.
Yeah. I would rather have him than James Cook. I would rather have him than Isaiah Spiller whenever Isaiah Spiller gets drafted. I'm glad Rashad White got better draft capital than Isaiah Spiller. That makes me happy.
Called that one.
Yeah.
Called that one. Well, you didn't you indirectly called it by ranking Spiller lower than him. So there you go.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Zamir White still yet to go.
He's not on
2-down
the
bruiser,
yet.
4.4 speed, so he should go somewhere soon, I believe. He strikes me as a round 3 talent at running back. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to San Fran. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to the Cardinals compensatory pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to the Chiefs compensatory pick, or even the Niners 40 compensatory pick at 41. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Zamir White or Brian Robinson be one of these late 3rd round running backs who get some draft capital based off of the athleticism that they brought to the table. Yeah, I think that's within the realm of possibilities here for a couple of these teams. And as you know, we always look out for the late round running back that San Fran drafts.
Oh, you already know.
Green Bay on the clock. You say they drafted Sean Ryan. So Ryan,
yeah, they drafted O-line, I think.
Yep. So Niners on the clock. And if this third round has said anything to me with regards to the Packers, it's that Christian Watson to the moon. They're not drafting anybody else. They have his target competition is Alan Lazard and Robert Tonyan and Sammy Watkins right now. And Aaron Jones. Yeah. But I mean, Christian Watson is getting the biggest vote of confidence outside of Denzel Mims.
Yeah.
Or not Denzel Mims. Darnell Mooney. Denzel Mims. Darnell Mooney. Yeah, I mean, Christian Watson deserves to be drafted at 108. And I never thought I'd be saying that. Christian Watson deserves to be drafted at 108. Sky Moore has to contend with Juju Smith-Schuster there in KC. I like Sky Moore a lot. Has to contend with Juju. Has to contend with Kelsey in for at least a year, if not 2 or 3. I'd expect it to be more along the 3 years. 3-year trajectory in terms of how long Kelsey is still on that team. So the road to Sky Moore getting a ton of work, he has to work through some things. They paid Marquez Valdez-Scantling a lot of money.
Yeah, he's gonna have a big role.
So Sky Moore's got some competition. Clear cut. I like Christian Watson right now more than Sky Moore if I'm basically have them in the same tier and I'm going off of landing spot.
I guess the long-term advantage to Sky Moore is Mahomes is going to be around longer than Aaron Rodgers is, and we don't necessarily know the shelf life for Juju Smith-Schuster or Marquez Valdez-Scantling in Kansas City. And you could say the same thing about Travis Kelce being turning 33 this year.
True.
So the long-term, I would say it's not so clear-cut, but the short-term, I agree. For the next couple of seasons, the Christian Watson target share could be very strong.
And with the way things are going for 3rd and 4th year wide receivers, he could be traded to the Chiefs at that point in time. So you never know.
Well,
you never know.
Then their teammates, you never know. So yeah, I agree in the short term, but we have to keep in mind, the Chiefs' number one option in the passing game, Travis Kelce, is 33. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, they did pay a lot of money, but what was that contract? 3 years? 2 years?
Whose? Whose contract?
MVS.
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Probably more like a 2-year deal. If you factor in all the money. Factor in all the details of the contract.
And
so long-term, Sky Moore could be
Price
okay.
Went to the Niners. So they drafted a 3rd-round running back in back-to-back years. Was not Trey Sermon a 3rd-round running back, or was he a 2nd-round running back?
Trey Sermon was a 3rd-round running back.
He was a 3rd-round running back. Tyrion Davis-Price, they go back to the well. He runs a 4.48. 16th percentile target share, so not really a receiver. At least didn't do that in college. I believe he was a Senior Bowl standout, if I'm not mistaken. No, he couldn't have been. He only has 3 years of college production. So I was thinking of somebody else there.
No, I mean, he's the LSU product.
Yeah. But 1,000 yards rushing in 12 games on 211 attempts, 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's
10 receptions for 64 yards. So didn't have a lot of receiving production there, but that's not to say, as you say it with Kenneth Walker in mind, it doesn't mean he can't do it. Just means he hasn't. But okay, Tyrion Davis-Price, you always keep your eye on those San Fran running backs. So there we go. And Panthers on the clock.
Panthers taking Matt Corral.
I don't know, man. They could.
I think they did.
Did they?
But Charles Robinson, I think he works for Yahoo, told the Baker Mayfield talks between the Panthers and Browns are halted. They have not been able to come to terms on dividing up Baker Mayfield's guaranteed money next season. Panthers are now taking Matt Corral. This potentially takes a Baker Mayfield landing spot off of the board.
I mean, yeah, it does. It absolutely does. They have Sam Darnold there still.
Yep.
And now Matt Corral.
Now they're drafting Matt Corral. Why would they trade for Baker Mayfield?
Exactly.
Who is owed almost $19 million this year. It sounds like the Panthers wanted the Browns to be paying a significant portion of Baker Mayfield's contract, and we can only assume that the Browns were not comfortable with how much they would have had to pay. So the Panthers say, no, you can keep him, and we'll just draft a rookie at the end of the third round. Browns are going to have an expensive quarterback room this year.
Is Sam Howell to the Lions then at 33?
Either him or no, yeah, it would be, yeah, or well,
it
I guess
be Carson Strong, yeah.
Carson Strong. No, it would be Howell. That would be the only other conceivable option here. So Corral can probably be cautiously drafted as a third round pick.
End of the second, I'm putting him in there. Right now, I'm sure there are more dominoes to fall, more people to get drafted, at which point he might fall a little bit more for me. But right now, I have him penciled in at 108.
Right.
Or 208.
208 for Corral?
Yeah. We need to see where the Brian Robinsons and the Zamir Whites and the Damian Pierces and the Calvin Austins, and there are a bunch of prospects, the David Bells, that will come in here and probably supplant his spot. But right now, based on who we have seen drafted where, Matt Corral is at the 208 for me.
Okay.
But he will probably fall to somewhere in the top of the third. Yes.
That's what I was thinking. More like third round-ish.
Yeah.
I think my dog is attempting to make an appearance.
What's going on, Utley?
He's in need of something. Could be a bathroom break.
I mean, if you gotta take it, if you gotta go, you can go. I mean, we're not quite close. I mean, we're 10 picks away.
We're about 10 picks away. I'm not gonna go.
Okay.
But I might need 2 minutes to get him out of my hair.
I mean, the picks are probably going to be, this will probably be done in like 20 minutes, I would say. 25 minutes.
Yeah.
For 10 compensatory picks. I don't know how long you can wait. But the Bengals are on the clock. Do you have anything for us, Hunter? And again, the rankings that I have as it stands right now for this draft class, I'm going to roll through them again.
Go for it. Is there any way we can replace the draft with a shot of the rankings?
They're on two different. One's on my laptop, one's on the desktop on the streaming machine, so I can't, unfortunately. But Breece Hall 101.
Yep.
Some combination of Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, 2, 3, 4. You have Kenneth Walker, 5. I have Chris Olave, Drake London, 5 and 6. And Kenneth Walker, 7. You have Drake London, Chris Olave, then Drake London, 6 and 7, most likely.
I might have Olave over Burks.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
You have Drake London, 7.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we're both Christian Watson, then Sky Moore at 8 and 9.
Yep.
And then Kenny Pickett and Desmond Ridder in Superflex at 10 and 11. Right?
I'm on board with that.
And I'm just going to switch things around then. So
Jahan Dotson. I had to think about it for a second.
At 1 QB, Jahan Dotson would be at 110.
He's the only guy, yeah.
And then George Pickens at 111. and then probably James Cook and Rashad White at 12 and 201.
Rashad White first.
I would put Rashad White first.
Rashad White first.
Consensus rankings might have it the other way around, but we would have it Rashad White first.
We have Rashad White first. I feel comfortable with that for sure.
And then, I mean, Alec Pierce in a 1 QB I would have over. I mean, maybe that's the tier break, but I think I would still rather have Alec Pierce than Kenny Pickett in 1 QB.
Wow, and you're not even a huge fan of Pierce, but quarterback, I understand it.
But one quarterback, I mean, Kenny Pickett's supposed to be on that Mac Jones spectrum, and Mac Jones last year in a 1 QB went with the 212. So if he's supposed to be Mac Jones,
can't go
much higher than that. So to have him anywhere near the beginning of the second just feels a little off in a 1 QB. So for me, Kenny Pickett in a 1 quarterback would probably be 208 right now, and I'd have to really look and dig down and also wait for the rest of this draft to unfold.
There's still stuff that could still happen that changes that.
But that gives you a general idea. And at the turn in Superflex, 201 Malik Willis, 202 George Pickens, 203 Jalen Tolbert, or 203 Rashad White, 204 Jalen Tolbert, 205
Rashad White behind who 201 and 202?
Malik Willis, George Pickens, Rashad White, Jalen Tolbert.
Yep, I'm good with that.
James Cook at 105 or 205.
205, yep.
Alec Pierce 206.
Yep.
And then, I mean, people are going to have Trey McBride in there at 207. I'm going to have Jelani Woods still because you know how I feel. But Trey McBride, people are going to still have, especially based on landing spot going to Arizona. People are going to have Trey McBride relatively high. And I think he gets drafted right around Alex Pierce, right after James Cook, somewhere in there. So I think around 205 is when people are going to be drafting Trey McBride. And really, if you have any pick after Trey McBride goes and you want Jelani Woods, I'd feel fine drafting Jelani Woods anywhere after 205, 206. But you know how I feel about Jelani Woods. So
Ertz has some big cap hits. I'm
sorry, this keeps messing up on my screen. This draft ticker, after a while, it just starts glitching out even if I refresh the page, just because it is CPU intensive. So it just keeps doing this. I know it's not the great, not the greatest watchability. Not great in the watchability factor department.
Hopefully this time next year our draft experience is a little more improved. Hopefully.
Yes.
No dog reveal. He didn't jump all the way up on me, not yet. He might just want attention. I know he has to go to the bathroom when he's like climbing on top of me. He didn't do that, so he might just be bored. He'll get attention probably within the next.
The Lions are on the clock.
Hour.
Do they go Sam Howell?
Could.
Nick Cross went to the Colts, so they get better in the secondary.
Yep.
Are hopefully better with these third-round picks. You never know. This is when it starts to be a crapshoot with these guys, late thirds.
Just checking Twitter.
But the Lions have a compensatory pick. The Washington Commanders, I got to keep from saying Washington football team, but Washington Commanders have a compensatory pick. The Browns have a compensatory pick. The Cardinals have a compensatory pick. Could see them go running back. The Jets have a compensatory pick. It's glitching out again. The Dolphins have a compensatory pick. The Chiefs have a compensatory pick. The Rams have a compensatory pick, and the Niners have another compensatory pick. So look for the Niners to draft another running back, because that's what they do. I don't know where the Rams go. I feel like this is the first draft pick the Rams have had. Is this the first
Definitely
Rams
is.
draft pick?
It definitely is.
Okay.
They traded all their picks for
Yeah.
Von Miller and
The pick is in for the Lions. Do you have it? Lions take safety Kirby Joseph. Okay.
I did not see that. My Twitter feed apparently is it's apparently lacking.
The fall is real for Sam Howell.
The fall is real for my ability to announce
The fall
picks.
is real for all of these quarterbacks.
If the fall.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I can confirm I was there. I am the fall itself.
What?
I don't know. Shut up. But we appreciate the beat reporters that we have in this chat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And for everybody hanging out with us again for the second night in a row.
Yeah, no, it's kind of dragging at this point.
Yeah, like a lot of
we've been going for a little, like what, 4.5 hours now?
A lot of the dust has settled on the guys that did matter to most of us and our audience tonight. So yeah, we will be wrapping up here
probably
shortly.
within the next 15 minutes, depending on how fast these next picks go.
We'll see how the compensatory picks go.
Yeah.
We will be back up tomorrow. The draft kicks off at noon Eastern time. I'll be drinking coffee over here on the West Coast. Lots of it.
So I will too, bro.
There you go. A lot of it will be maybe more of like the dust has settled. We've had some time to sleep on the developments of today, and we can give you guys a little bit more thought out, like not as much. Obviously, like there are not knee jerk, but there are instant reactions, and then there's time for the dust to settle to really dive into this. So maybe our rankings will have a little bit more, time to think about them, like a little bit more substance, I guess, so to speak. So it'll be an opportunity to kind of rehash the events of the first 2 days where the draft capital is really crucial as it pertains to fantasy value and potential implications moving forward. So we'll have some breakdowns for that. We may then move to a members only section of this to end the draft coverage of the weekend. Where, it's an opportunity to kind of get, additional thoughts and additional thought process and breakdown of how this all went. So we will be here for anybody and everybody who wants to check in starting tomorrow, probably say 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Is that fair to say? We'll do this. We'll keep our same cadence, half hour before the beginning of the night's events, or in this case, the day's events.
Yeah, I would say
start.
so.
Yeah. So 11:30 a.m. Eastern, we will probably get this room open. And again, just a rehash of what has happened today. We will see if we go all the way through round 7. We may, but also depending on who gets taken, might not necessarily be necessary for all 3 rounds. But we'll see. We're keeping it open-ended. It's Saturday during the day. That's something that we had previously committed to, so we will be here for as long as everybody wants to talk football tomorrow. So yeah, keep it here locked with us tomorrow as we finish up.
Washington takes Brian Robinson. There we go. What does this mean for Antonio Gibson?
I hate that.
Wow.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
All right, well, he jumps ahead of Ellis Jones.
There you go.
Brian Robinson, Washington. Wow. Okay. In Superflex, I would rather have Matt Corral, I believe.
Yes.
But he's right behind Matt Corral in my rankings right now, which makes him 210. He's ranked right now at the 210. In Superflex and the 2-7 in 1 QB.
Okay.
I don't love that landing spot. It just kind of muddies waters.
Yeah.
They didn't have a need there. It seems kind of like a wasted pick. They did not have a need there.
Yeah.
Jared Patterson was fine. They have J.D. McKissick for a year. Seems like this is a very head scratching move.
this is a Washington team that definitely had other needs that would have made more sense to address.
Another wide receiver.
Sure.
O-line. Any
Offensive
help on the
line.
defense to revitalize the defense and help
secondary.
along Chase Young, who's coming back from an ACL tear. Like, yeah.
I don't know if it's rest in peace Gibson, but his ceiling is
No,
rest
he's
in
an
peace.
RB2 now.
Yeah.
He is just Gibson's an RB2, and that's just it.
Yeah, we were worried about Aaron Jones when the Packers drafted AJ Dillon, like very high, and yes, Aaron Jones' ceiling got capped, but both are still pretty good. I mean,
yeah, but I mean,
it's gonna be gross. It's a worse offense. It's a worse offense.
Yeah, but one's
understand.
catching passes at a rate that is at a very good clip, and the other one doesn't catch passes. They signed J.D. McKissick. He's not catching passes.
Even though he's a converted receiver from college.
Right. So I don't think they're comparable. They're two different situations. The Browns select David Bell. Okay.
There you go.
There you go. We like that. Third round draft capital for David Bell, going to play with Deshaun Watson in the hopefully near future.
Stock up on David Bell.
David Bell ahead of Brian Robinson.
Ahead of Brian Robinson?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I have David Bell behind Matt Corral ahead of Brian Robinson in Superflex. And David Bell in one quarterback, I would probably have him right around that Alec Pierce, John Mechie tier.
I think I would rather have Mechie.
I would rather have both of them.
Okay.
But just the fact that you could get a wide receiver that's playing with Deshaun Watson, despite being drafted in the third round, is
wide open competition.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's a good situation for David Bell.
It is.
No question.
Now, if I have the choice between David Bell and Jelani Woods, I'd rather have Jelani Woods.
Well, I could have told you that. I could have told you that. Donovan Peoples-Jones or Bell? Where was DPJ drafted?
Third round, I believe.
It's kind of like a push.
DPJ is David Bell with the one outstanding athletic trait. David Bell's
DPJ.
just been a producer. David Bell has the breakout age. David Bell is a early declare. There are things to like about David Bell's profile, everything except the athleticism. David Bell, his athleticism is what's tanking him.
Mm-hmm.
What he did at the combine, and I'm sorry, the screen is glitching out again. 4.65, 4.74 at his pro day. I mean, he's basically, if he can realize the potential everywhere else, his ceiling is Anquan Bolden. But that's if he can reach his ceiling everywhere else. Now, his prospects of reaching his ceiling everywhere else got a boost because he's going to play with Deshaun Watson at some point. That's a guarantee. They gave him guaranteed money, and despite all of his 22 counts, there's no way that he's suspended for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
So he's going to be playing with Deshaun Watson at some point, and his competition is DPJ and Anthony Schwartz, who haven't done much. And he's the shiny new toy. He's the one that the regime chose. So it's going to be Amari Cooper and probably David Bell as soon as next year. And then they have their speed element. Maybe David Bell becomes the big slot guy. I don't know. I don't know what his strengths are. I'm literally spitballing. But if they got DPJ and
I mean,
Anthony Schwartz on the outside, and then David Bell running the inside, and just being a quick guy with sure hands, who's not super fast, I feel like that's fine.
So he is a junior. So he's an early declare.
Yeah.
Something that's always good.
The speed is really bad. The speed is really bad.
The route running is good.
Now, if he can beat Keenan Allen in terms of the route running, Keenan Allen ran about the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a big if. Huge if. Again, plus because he's playing with Deshaun Watson soon. But I mean, if you're drafting a guy hoping that he's going to be Keenan Allen, that's like a 1 in 500 prospect.
I mean, that's it's
type of receiver.
I'm not sure about the exact odds. I mean, he's not a dominant athlete. The athletic profile does not jump out. So that's going to be something that's working against him at the NFL level, where that's what really helps as far as actually creating separation. That being said, I think he's considered to have a high football IQ. He's probably going to be more on the outside, I would say, than inside. He is, he's only 6'1", but because he's not very fast, I don't know if don't you want like those high twitch guys to be in the slot, quicker guys? We'll see. I think I'd lean DPJ just because at least at this point he's a little bit more proven.
But what has he proven?
I don't know.
He had one good game.
He can make a big catch here.
He had one. Look at his stat lines from last year. He had one good game.
He can make a big catch.
He's all hype.
He can make a big catch here and there.
Okay.
I'm not saying that translates to consistent being good. He makes a catch here.
Honestly, all this means is you can get Anthony Schwartz for nothing.
For
That's
free.
literally all this means, is that you should be going out and trying to get
For free.
Anthony Schwartz for 2/4 and calling in today.
Appreciate it, Alex. You didn't have to do
thank
that.
you, Alex. Much appreciated. Thanks for being in here this whole time.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody who's just chilling with us.
Yeah, if you stopped by for a couple seconds or if you came to hang out for the entire damn thing, we appreciate it. Hopefully it was fun. Hopefully it was entertaining. We are rounding down here. The Jets pick has been in for minutes now. I don't know what the holdup is.
Milking it.
But hopefully we're getting it here shortly.
I mean, the Jets could go tight end. They don't really have a tight end of note. I think they got CJ Uzoma, and that's it, right?
They could take Kolar or something like that.
Something like that. Ruckert, I believe, is still on the board. I mean, same with the Chiefs. Noah Gray isn't.
The Jets are
shakes.
taking Jeremy Ruckert, Ohio State tight end.
There you go. Boom.
There you go. Good
Boom.
call.
The Chiefs at 39 could, I believe, take a tight end and develop two guys to take over for Kelsey, because let's be real, nobody is expecting Noah Gray to come in and be anything like a Kelsey in the receiving game and the blocking game and do everything that he can do. It's probably best that they try to approach Kelsey's eventual fall off and retirement, which probably would be happening in 4 years, with a committee at tight end, and probably would help to have them learn long term now, and then something like that. So spitball in there, maybe a tight end there.
Apparently the Chiefs are on the clock, so the Dolphins pick is in. Yeah, Saul Ruckert. I don't see the Dolphins pick yet, but it's apparently coming. I mean, for the Jets, sure, just get another weapon. Sure.
Well, they traded away Herndon, and I think they invested in CJ Uzoma, and they might have gotten one other tight end.
Ty Conklin.
Did they got Ty Conklin? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know for how long those contracts are, but again, tight ends take 2, 3, 4 years to pan out.
Ruckert will sit and learn and develop, and
Yeah.
minimal role this
Ultimately,
year.
I think Ruckert could be, and he could end up being what Adam Troutman is now, a good NFL tight end that isn't really a fantasy option.
Yet.
That's how I kind of view Jeremy Ruckert's ceiling.
There you go. Alex asked for one more quick rundown of the ranks. Do you want to? We can type them here. How about? Do you want to list them out, and I'll just.
No, I mean I have them in a spreadsheet. After this, I'll put them up on the Discord as on the website too, like I did with our other rankings. So we'll have them there for you as soon as we're done here. But again, I'll just run through them again. Breece Hall to the Jets, 101. Jameson Williams, Garrett Wilson, or Treylon Burks to Detroit, New York Jets, and Tennessee respectively. 2, 3, 4, some combination. Depends how you feel about either one, but I believe they all belong somewhere in the rankings there. Nick then has Kenneth Walker at 105. He said maybe he'd put Kenneth Walker ahead of Burks, depending on how he's feeling on that day. But
I might put Olave ahead of Burks too.
Okay. Well, I'll let you do your own rankings then.
Yeah, I'll do my own rankings.
But I got Drake London and Chris Olave in no particular order at 5 and 6. Probably have Chris Olave ahead of Drake London, but I'm not willing to I'm not staying away from Drake London anymore. I'm just not seeking him out. Then I have Kenneth Walker at 107. Christian Watson at 108. Sky Moore at 109. Kenny Pickett at 110 in Superflex. 111 Desmond Ridder. 112 Jahan Dotson. 201 Malik Willis. 202 George Pickens. 203 Rashad White. 204 Jalen Tolbert. 205 James Cook. Even though I wouldn't draft him there, I'm letting somebody else draft him there. 206 you got Alec Pierce and John Mechie. And then 207 I have I have Jelani Woods. And then 208 I have Trey McBride. 209 I have Matt Corral. 210 I have David Bell. 211 Brian Robinson. And 212 Velus Jones. 213 is probably Ty Damian Price or whatever his name is.
3-1 is the
Tyrion
third
Davis
round.
Price.
Yeah, the running back to the Niners.
I'll
Makes sense.
To,
Where'd you have David Bell? Where'd you put David Bell?
210 in Superflex.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds pretty good to me. I think the only thing I would put I might put Pickens over Malik Willis. Maybe.
Okay.
It's a great landing spot, and Pickens and Willis fell that far. But that's the vast majority of those rankings I'm in lockstep with. Not all, but the majority.
Okay.
Big majority.
And I'd rather have Tyrion Davis Price than Velus Jones. So
Where we gotta get Tyquan Thornton in there too, the Patriots pick. 3-2.
Yeah, I guess.
There you go.
I think I'd rather have him than the Chicago Velus Jones. Two better quarterback, passing quarterback, better passing offense. Tyquan Thornton.
Some linebackers are coming in to finish this off. Logan, so cool. Appreciate it, Hunter. Yeah, Channing Tindall to the Dolphins. Leo, is it Chanel or Channel, something like that? It's either French or the American version of the French word, to the Chiefs. Logan Bruss goes to the Rams. We got one more pick here for the 49ers. I am going to log off pretty much right after the 49ers pick. The dog is absolutely begging right now.
Word. Stay around. When you come back, I'm definitely going to be hitting you up about the rest of that trade, bro.
We can talk, but I gotta take this. I gotta take this poor boy out.
Fantasy stuff.
Oh, dude, it's Friday night. The night is young. The night is young.
For me, it's about to be 12.
It's Friday night. Just throw on some bangers. Throw on some music and get yourself in the game.
I mean, I'm about to throw on some music and talk trades with you after you get back from walking your dog, bro.
There you go. All right, 49ers, don't let me down because we have to go real quick because I am gonna log off very quickly. Just once again, thank you everybody who came in to hang out, spend your Friday night with us.
Absolutely.
Whether it was for 10 minutes, 10 seconds, or the whole damn time, we appreciate y'all. Hopefully this was fun. Hopefully this was exciting for everybody. If there's anything you're like, yo, you guys could do this better, let us know. Like if there's any improvements
outside
you would
of
suggest,
the internet, we know that we're
outside of the
working on
internet,
it.
sometimes
We're working on it.
we just need better. I don't even know what to make that better, but
Yeah.
something.
We'll find it out. We'll find it out, and we'll make it better. Trust it is something that is on our minds. But
yep.
Again, thank you guys for being in here. Thank you guys for chilling yesterday. For the guys that chilled in yesterday. Thank you, Hunter, for being our
correspondent.
Yeah, our correspondent there. Our super secret source. Much appreciated there for basically chiming in on every pick of the last 2 rounds. So much appreciate that a lot. And we'll basically see you after this pick comes in. We'll see you tomorrow, 11:30, 11:45, maybe 11:45, maybe just a 15-minute.
That's true. Because it's the 4th round and
11:45. Start at 12 noon EST. Go for probably 5-6 hours. Honestly, I'm hoping things move a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, we'll see about that
in those rounds. But yeah, Niners take wide receiver Danny Gray. So there you go.
Finish it off with a wide receiver.
Get out of here.
That's that.
I'll hit you up after the stream, and I will see all of y'all tomorrow, bright and early. Nick will see y'all all tomorrow, bright and early. Hope y'all enjoyed this round of the draft. It's been an interesting one. All right, these last 2 rounds of the draft.
A lot of dust settled as it pertains to fantasy. So,
yep.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody. See y'all tomorrow.
Peace.